Hello, YouTube. We're in jail. This jail is called Hoyover's Jail. In case you were hoping to be freed from the curse of needing to pull new characters because of new characters being Omega stronger than older characters, you're never going to escape this prison. We're here forever. We're here forever. And ever. This is where the whole stream is going to be. Every little bit. I definitely was live on Twitch for somehow an hour. I don't understand how. That's just my brain. Before going live here. Mostly because I just kept on forgetting to make the thumbnail. Let's get the chat popped out. So yeah, the changes that they made are not... God, this area is so dramatic. This would drive me... If this is where I was in prison, it would drive me crazy. I'd rather just not go to prison in general, though, to be clear.
Last quarter's financial report.
But I think we're gonna teleport out because I don't think I can. I honestly don't think I can focus yapping here. Is there already people in the YouTube stream? I see one person in chat. I don't usually pay attention to YouTube stream stats anymore. Because I just it's whatever. But I'm also yapping. I just kind of immediately yap when YouTube goes live because there's a non-zero amount of people that watch YouTube VODs. Because the VOD still shows up in people's streams, or people's feeds as well, right? So, anyways, yeah, the power creep ain't going anywhere, so power creep hell is here to stay. You will still be in power creep jail. But, on the upside, Mizuki seems like she's going to stay as strong as she is. Unless, I mean, okay, to be clear, wait until next week for sure. Because I feel like Mizuki wasn't insanely strong in the first version of the beta because of Stellar, because Yai didn't seem like she could work properly in her teams. But now Yai can work properly in her teams. That was a change they made last week. They made it so Stellar Swirl and Stellar Conduct don't interfere with each other. Which is part of what made Mizuki skyrocket up. And they did change one thing this week that technically does make Mizuki a little bit worse. And maybe this is why they're just fine with it, I guess. In that VV, which next patch was getting added... whoops, that's not VV. VV was getting 20% Stellar Swirl damage bonus. As well as if you do Stellar Swirl, you got the Res Shred for free. Which is why you might have heard things like VV was better on Stellar Swirl Sandrone than the new artifact set, because the new artifact set had a specific triggering condition that actually didn't work for non-animo units, because despite Sandrone being a cryo unit that can do Stellar Swirl damage, the new set didn't work on her. The swirl damage, the Stellar Swirl damage, that didn't work on her because she didn't actually trigger a swirl directly because she couldn't do animo, and animo was required to trigger an animo reaction. So they changed the phrasing of that set, so the new set works now on Sandrone, and then VV does not work on Sandrone. So you definitely don't use VV on Sandrone. Crazy. And then, but does this fundamentally change much? I don't think so, because I think VV was only a little bit ahead, from what I understand, on Mizuki before because of having full VV uptime, compared to the DPS set. Now I think the DPS set will just be better on Mizuki. So Mizuki's total team performance hasn't really functionally gone down. It's just it might have indirectly gone down a little bit by having less VV uptime, and maybe you don't even bother using VV sometimes in the team at all. Maybe you still do because Sucrose is still relevant as a buffer. So, do you think Noi is a Wuwa collab? Does Noi look a lot like a Wuwa character that I'm not aware of? Maybe? I don't know. I think that would be a good thing for the gacha community. If Wuwa and Genshin did a collab character. Yeah, no, I know he has the tacit mark thing. I was mentioning it. I had a big ol' stream where I yapped about a bunch of gacha designs. When they did the trailer for the for the Genshin characters in Snezhnaya, and I commented on that being a Wuwa tattoo. And so that whole stream then just turned into how I was like, saying how all Genshin designs are pretty much all very safe. Like, there's very few Genshin designs I strongly dislike, but there's also proportionally much fewer that I strongly like. Whereas, like, something like Wuwa or Zenless or Enfield, I have more instances of things I do strongly dislike, so they're, like, less safe designs, but I also have much more instances of designs I really like. So, anyways, I think a Wuwa collab would be good for the game. Especially if it's a free character, by the way, because Jesus Christ, Genshin, give a free character out. Like, throw the player base a bone. It's been 17 quadrillion years, and the only thing you've given for free is standard banner units. And I guess Mizuki might end up being a very relevant standard banner unit now to get for free, which is cool, I guess, but, like, come on. Anyways, but Cryo Traveler is great. Sure, that's fair, I guess. Yeah, Cryo Traveler did not get changed, like, at all. Technically, I think Super Conduct, like, the coordinated attacks cooldown, like, got changed from, like, I think 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds or something. So basically not changed. And Super Conduct Cryo Traveler is mostly just a main DPS, like a main DPS anyways, like, decent. And, you know, you can do Cryo Traveler, Yai, Odette if you want. But also I think you should maybe just consider putting another buffer in instead of Cryo Traveler unless you want to play Cryo Traveler. Or you could use Cryo Traveler as a free enabler, mostly a dead slot in the team for, like, your Risley or your Sino for their Stellar Conduct buffs. If you don't get Odette, but otherwise just get Odette, and you really should strongly consider Odette for Sino and Risley to properly enable them. Odette didn't seem to get any fundamental changes. Someone in my chat earlier said, so, like, I would have titled, if I knew for sure that this was the case, I don't think Kieran Yaw is here anymore. Kieran Yaw in my chat, in Twitch chat, said that, well, yeah, Odette C1 got a buff, but Kieran Yaw in my chat said that Odette can do 2 special skills per rotation. Actually, I guess I should just go double check the subreddit. But as far as I'm aware, there's no wording changes that actually confirm that in the kit. And I don't recall seeing any footage in the last week, since the wording changes happened technically, that have showcased Odette being able to do 2 skills per rotation, 2 of her big special skill. If Odette can do 2 big special skills per rotation, that does change, like, the dynamic with Sandrone a little bit. It actually would make it so Odette's burst could be DPS positive to use for Sandrone, and it would make, like, the team core of Odette Yai even better than it already was going to be, and would make the quick swap dynamic pretty enjoyable too. So I actually hope it's true, but my prediction yesterday was, like, if they're going to do that, I hope they nerf her baseline skill multipliers, because if you can do 2 skills instead of only 1, then those skills individually should do less. Like, 2 skills should do more than 1 skill does, obviously, like significantly more than 1 does right now. But if you can do 2, I think they can nerf 1 skill a little bit to make 2 skills. But anyways, right now she might be able to do that. I don't know. We haven't gotten video confirmation. The reason it seems like she doesn't have the ability to do that, or might not, or might have the ability to do that, is, like, her phrasing says after 6 seconds after using her burst, and they change what they name the things, but you get her special skill, Coda at Dawn's Tolling, instead. But this ability, you can see in her, she has a normal skill cooldown of 15 seconds, and using her skill or her burst give you the ability to use her special skill, and her special skill is the one that does a big nuke of stellar damage, this one right here. So this 365 or 550% multiplier, that's for Stellar Conduct or Stellar Swirl damage respectively. The Stellar Swirl damage multiplier is functionally, it looks like it's higher than the Stellar Conduct multiplier. In practice, it should technically be less damage, very slightly, but it's basically the same multiplier, because Stellar Conduct's, sorry, long and yapping. Stellar Conduct's mechanic is to, when you do application, you buff the multiplier value functionally. So these are basically the same multiplier, is the simple way to think about that. But it will stay Stellar Swirl or Stellar Conduct depending on what reaction was triggered, right? So you can technically do both. But anyways, she has a normal skill cooldown, right? And, like, her skill or her burst activation gives you her special skill that does this big nuke of damage, and that skill is worth using. And then after that, she just does some off-field damage. That's her other stuff here. But the question is, like, okay, Her skill and burst both say for 6 seconds after doing them, it lets you use this special skill, but her special skill also has a separate cooldown. And what purpose would this separate cooldown serve other than for making sure you can't do like Q, E, E, E? You can't do 2 of these nukes. You can only do 1. That's what my assumption was, and if we didn't get any footage showing that you could do 2, so I assumed we could only do 1. Someone in my chat earlier said that she got changed to allow her to do 2, but there's nothing in the phrasing that was changed here that actually says that. So, unless I'm missing something. It is possible that that is the case, and that, you know, you can do Q and then E, and then pressing your E, and then do special E again, like an E and a Q resets the cooldown for this. But if that's the case, then it also means Sack Sword works, which could be interesting, especially for like a main DPS Odette. Kind of like Lumi for Linnea, main DPS, right? But again, I don't get the purpose of this cooldown. Why would they bother putting a separate cooldown at all, if not to prevent things like Sack Sword? Like, there just would, if it, because the cooldown, if it, the trigger condition for using this at all is completely tied to skill or burst, right? So you only need the skill or burst cooldown to restrict it if they want it to be enabled by both the skill and burst, and they want to allow doing 2 per rotation. So if they don't want to allow 2 per rotation, they put a cooldown on it. So that's why it's confusing to me, and why I think the person in my chat earlier might have been wrong. But I don't know. We'll see. I hope that is the case, because I think it's more fun in a gameplay dynamic level, frankly. And that means that she could be an on-fielder that even with a like greedy on-field main DPS like Sandrone, it could be DPS positive to actually spend like several extra seconds on Odette and do Q, E, 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 which will probably take like 5 or 6 seconds, which is a lot of time, and it will extend your rotations, but it still is going to be enough damage that could be worth it to do. And I think it's a very valid complaint that with a lot of off-fielders, too often the off-fielder design tends to be, wow, press E, get some stat bonuses, and then switch to another unit. And then press E, maybe Q on them, and then switch to the next unit, right? Like, it could, I think that's a cool dynamic, and they should do that. So we'll see, but again, I haven't seen any footage that actually confirms this. Actually, wait. I'm gonna DM someone. Who is it? Who knows? Don't worry about it. Because I actually would like to know this. I'm DMing my brother, though. Definitely. Yep. I'm DMing my brother because, yeah. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we'll know soon. Hopefully we'll know soon. My brother works in Hoyo. No. That would be more convenient, though. Hopefully we know soon, because this could be something that should be able to be tested on private server, by the way. Like, this is where we get footage from, but, like, Genshin leaks have been so ass dookie quality for a long while now. Like, there's one person that does private server, and then they, like, do an animation showcase, and then they don't do anything else half the time. I don't understand. Like, we need answers to these questions, but, like, getting answers to these questions is so obtusely hard when they're so simple questions. So, anyways, we'll probably know soon, though. So, we'll get back with that one. And whether or not that is possible. So, again, that does change the relevancy of doing... It uplifts it also notably uplifts the relevancy and the strength of like Yai Odette core, and puts less reliance on main DPSs, while also still being good to use, and make Odette's like burst and whole kit make more sense. It makes her signature weapon make more sense. So like, I don't know. I really hope she can do 2 skills, because I think it makes everything about her make more sense in basically every scenario. And again, I think if she can do 2 skills, it would be probably fine and maybe good if her nuke damage was a little bit lower. Because right now, I'm not gonna lie, it's so high scaling that I could see like a. I mean, I mean, I was I was doing main DPS Yai calc, so this is with Sucrose and then getting a TTDS buff and whatever. But like Sucrose, Alyosha C6, not pre-nerfed Alyosha C6, but the nerf isn't that significant. And Yai, and like, yes, I have Yai's cons, but other than C2 giving her EM, which is like a 10% increase in stellar damage, this doesn't increase her stellar damage. This does not increase her stellar damage at all. So, it's probably this might seem like not relatable to you, but trust me, it's barely better than what you could actually do. Again, the increase to her non-stellar damage is not irrelevant, to be clear, but I'm just focusing on her stellar damage hit, which is the 200% of her attack considered stellar damage multiplier. With Sucrose, Alyosha C6, Odette C0, and I think this was with Freedom Sworn, so that's an extra little bit of attack buff. Was getting like 340,000 damage for Yai's damage. So with a non C2 Yai, so just a C1 Yai that everyone can have access to, like a main DPS Yai could hit 300k with a 200% scaling hit. Odette has, without her C1, by the way, got buffed, so her C1 like doubles the motion value. Not doubles. It's like 60% more motion value. But anyways, 365%, so like a little bit under double the Yai motion value means like a 500k, a 500,000 nuke on Odette should be very doable. So, should be very doable. Very doable. So yeah, that's already a lot of damage, and that's why, like, if you can do 2 E's per rotation in her base kit, whatever, like that's intended, I think her multiplier is gonna be a little bit lower on that. I think that'd be fine. But maybe they just leave it and you can do 2 anyways, and you can just do QE, EE on Odette, and with a really invested team built around trying to maximize that damage, you can just get 1,000,000 damage from Odette. Like, that might be where we're headed. I don't know. But if you can, to be clear, that's not going to work exactly in the same context. I just got, like, where, because again, that was assuming Sucrose buff, but not assuming, like, an Odette Sucrose swirl kind of thing. But, like, with Yai doing, like, 300k on a stellar hit. But my point is, like, that there is the potential to amplify those stellar multipliers to that extent. And that means that you can get some really big numbers. So, yeah. And I'd be fine with them being nerfed, because these characters do not need to be this strong. But, I don't know. They already released Yai in the state she is, so, like, how do they make Odette not just be, like, really garbage without making her be really strong? So, anyways, I just want the gameplay dynamic to be more interesting than just EE, right? I want an off-fielder that actually has a more strong incentivization to be on-fielded longer, even with a strong on-fielder like Sandrone being paired with her. I think having a team that actually allows you and rewards doing longer rotations, but also still allows shorter rotations would be cool, right? But if she only just becomes EE gameplay rather than having reasons to use her burst, that's going to be kind of lame. That's all. They nerfed something. Summary of changes is Alyosha nerfed a little bit, not in a way that meaningfully changes anything in practice, but in a way that I think is a little insulting, to be clear, because I feel like, I kind of strongly feel his nerf was primarily targeted at making sure his C6 is still very, like, you will feel if you don't have his C6, or you will feel the difference between non-C6 and C6 if you go, if you like test that. Most people don't test their cons, though, to be clear. So Alyosha level 9 is now level 10. Yeah, like, functionally his change is nothing, like, that is real, that matters in practice. The only thing that actually matters in practice for Alyosha is his elemental application is worse, which is why I'm of the opinion that his base kit was functionally nerfed more than his C6 was, because making his elemental application worse means him being a relevant character is more tied to his buffing potential, which means it's more tied to C6 now. So he's not much better than Esco right now, even at C6. That doesn't surprise me that much. Like, Escoffier is pretty good with the damage she can deal, and she does a little bit of buffing. Especially because I think a problem with, like, Sandrone teams, I'm assuming, and why Escoffier might be hitting above what you might expect, is there's no sources of red shred by default assumed. You can use Sucrose sometimes, to be clear. But right now, like, yeah. So, I wouldn't be surprised maybe if they buff Alyosha again. He's got the same balance from other things have, where, like, they just power creep some things so much already that there's no choice but to also let him be power creep. But what I would have preferred, what I kind of expected them to do is I expected them to like make him more of an on-field only buffer. They didn't do that. They just nerfed his buff values a little bit. He's still a very good character at C6. Even if like Escoffier is a perfectly fine alternative, that's good in my opinion. If Escoffier is a perfectly fine alternative, that means a lot of people won't feel as pressured to go for C6 Alyosha. So, like, it's not a problem that they nerfed him. I want to be clear. I just think it's cringe that they changed his application and made him worse as a baseline character for stellar teams, but also just generically so. So, yeah, no red shred makes Escoffier perform better than expected, yeah. What does Escoffier give? Does she give 15 or 20 when you have 2 cryos? I think it's 15, right? It's 10 with only 1 cryo, so her, and then... No, sorry, it's 5. 5 and then 10 then 15. Sorry, it's 5. So it's 15 with 3. So
my plan for the day?
I assume so it's 15 with Odette Sandrone assumed.
Like,
so if it's Odette Sandrone Yai, yeah, that makes sense. Like with 15 red shred, that's just enough to be like a pretty sizable damage increase. Plus she's doing damage, and then she can just be on a buffing set too, right? Pretty easily. Still good, especially if you go for C2 Odette. Yeah, that makes sense. So, anyways, I like Alyosha's kit a lot. But they're making slightly questionable balance decisions for him, in my opinion, particularly because I think he is more affected. And I really don't like that they changed his elemental application, because he seemed like he was going to be pretty good for generating extra stacks. Like, he only generates 1 less stack now, to be clear, but that's a non-zero factor for Stellar Conduct. And there's the other part of the conversation, which I'd argue is even bigger than like the stack generation mechanic for Stellar Conduct damage amplification, which is, I don't know, every fucking time they have any enemy ever, it has a shield mechanic that tends to care about application in some form. It's generally still better to have more elemental application than less. And like, it's really annoying how every unit now that does any off-field element application basically always does 2 seconds. Like, he does 2 seconds, every 2 seconds he applies Electro now. It's the same as every fucking other unit. And it's like simple, but it's also extremely boring and makes there be like so much less fucking nuance to the game's team building. And like, it's so damn boring how they're designing things. And like, if he had, I can tell you one of the main things, if you watched my stream yesterday, oh, we're in co-op mode, whoops. I've been trying to get a sub 100 second clear with Lohen with 4-star teammates on this boss. And I'm very close to getting it. But one of the things I can tell you I'm optimizing is elemental application for triggering more superconducts on the shield. That means if Alyosha existed right now, with his base kit, not C6, but C6 this would matter too, obviously, because C6 also includes his base elemental application. Having more electro application would be relevant for clearing the shield faster. And there's plenty of times where having electro is just generically relevant. And so, like, this means, like, he could have been a more compelling alternative to Fischl in a generic level. Even without C6, I think, in some scenarios. But now he's, like, not that compelling an alternative to Fischl because his application's a lot worse. So, like, again, I think they largely just made him worse as a free character and functionally kept his kit being most relevant for most players at C6, like, being the difference maker, still there, which is just cringe. And I also have another major problem of... I'm more fine when characters have strong, like 4-star characters having strong C6s is fine. It's a gacha game. There needs to be some things that incentivize you. And I think you should feel value from getting power increases from a C6. But like the ideal balance is, you know, you get some progressive value from constellations. So like C1 gives you some value. Like Lanyan has good constellations that like make sense. Baseline Lanyan, mostly just supportive utility, but still useful. C1 Lanyan, now, oh wait, she starts doing real damage. C2 Lanyan, Omega shield increase. C3, a little bit of multipliers, decent, nothing incredible, mostly for DPS Lanyan. C4 Lanyan, her worst con in my opinion, but still, it's not nothing. EM buffs can be nice. The more the time goes on, the more generically nice EM buffs are. And her burst is also really quick to cast. So, anyways. C5, again, mostly DPS Lanya, and C6 is both DPS and supportive utility and exploration utility. This is a nice, like, linear increase where I could discuss the value gains from each con. Alyosha has the typical con structure of 4 stars that are more common nowadays, where it's like, we intentionally made this character make sure they're very burst reliant, or technically you don't have to use burst, you can technically do normal attacks on Alyosha. You have to do 4 normal attacks to not burst on him, but anyways. And then you also don't get the elemental application, so, you know, you burst on him, or healing. But anyways, and Alyosha's not hard to build. Like, you can build a C0 Alyosha, I want to be clear. But, conveniently, he has a 70 energy cost. He's going to be energy hungry, even with an ER Ascension, and generating 5 electroparticles. He's still going to want energy at C0. And a non-zero amount of it. But probably not. His energies are not going to be that bad. Like, he's a usable character at C0. But he's just, like, a compelling alternative. And just fine compared to, like, Chi-Chi or whoever. He's just an option, rather than someone you need to build kind of thing. Or should strongly consider building. But like, yeah, and if the acquisition system wasn't show shit for 4 stars too, it also wouldn't feel that bad that the characters feels almost all or nothing for C6. But yeah, like, he just has, like, really meh constellations. Like, C1 is just energy, which I would argue is just one of those things they do with 4 stars and 5 stars sometimes, but particularly 4 stars, they almost always do it. Any 4 star that's energy reliant, they give a C1 or a C2 that is energy refunding to make them not cringe to build. Like, you basically need C1 Eons on, in my opinion, to make Eons on properly usable without doing, like, an Electro on-fielder like Veressa or something with her. Like a double Electro team. She is usable, but mostly really only double Electro. And basically it's just C0 Eons on you consider with Veressa. Eons on with cons, you can use much more. And, like, Eons on, by the way, on topic of, like, an Electro buffer, Electro 4 star that buffs, that is also a polearm user, and heals a little bit, is much better balanced. Like, C1 is just, again, kind of whatever energy refund constellation inherent flaw in base kit that is solved with 1 con. But then C2 is, like, a significant increase to Eonsun's general utility by giving a just 30% attack buff guaranteed. That's just good. Plus, Eonsun has scroll at a baseline and can puff decently at C2. Like, C2 Eonsun feels like a pretty complete character. And then C5 gets you more buffing. I forgot what C4 does. Probably not much. Oh, this is the overstacking thing. C4 is a weird con that only really matters for C6 because it can re-trigger her damage bonus passive. But this does have some relevance, not C6 to be clear, so I actually say it's still pretty decent. You could argue the same, maybe a little bit for C2 Alyosha, I guess. But, like, it's not very good. It's not like a power increase. It's just, like, it's just there, and it's mostly meant for C6. Anyways, and then C6 and C5 are a little bit more buffing potential, right? So, like, yeah, C6 Eonsun is very impactful, yes, especially with the extra uptime. I 100% agree. It's very impactful. But, like, at least there's more of, like, a linear increase, right? And, yeah, the problem of her rerunning with Veressa primarily is also a pain in the ass. Like, they need to be less stupid. I don't know. There's so many problems with 4-star acquisition, again. Like, this is why, like, I went for Prue and C6 on initial banner, is, like, it's like, okay, I'm not 100% that I'm going to get a ton of utility from Prune, but she has interesting kit utility in various scenarios I can imagine. And I think I want her for Varka at minimum, and I don't want to have to concern myself with, like, saving pulls to pull on a banner I don't care about the 5-star of just because I want fucking Prune C6 in the future. So just get her on the initial banner with Nicole, a character I was fine getting cons on. And then the game gave me fucking 1,800 Nicoles, so, you know. Like, this is why I did that. Like, this 4-star acquisition is cringe, because who the fuck knows when you can get them after the first banner. Send journey review? Oh, thank you. But yeah, like, Alyosha's cons, like, C1 is energy. C2 is like extra mark or whatever, which I think ostensibly seems to be mostly B for his C6. It's kind of like C4 Eons on, in a sense. Or not like useless technically, but mostly for C6. I believe. Actually, C2 might also allow you to skip the normal attack thing. I can't remember. So again, like, but that's the same as C4 Eons on a little bit, where like it has a benefit, but not like that much of a benefit. And then either C3 or C5 is a minor buff increase, but like a really minor one. And then C4 is just more healing. And then C6 is, wow, we actually buff a lot. It's almost like this character is completely balanced around C6. Crazy. But not so much so that he's like a need to have, but like a really compelling character at C6. Like he's a really cool character at C6. And he's a cool character to be given for free, but like he should have more of a linear increase for his cons. At the very least. Right, is my opinion. So, not this like gulf between C6 or not C6 kind of thing. And I know people feel this way about Chevrus, and like it can make a difference. To be clear, for a long time I maintained that it wasn't relevant because we didn't have Stygian for a long time with Chevrus was out, right? And I think the difference that Chevrus C6 made for like a spreadsheet level didn't fucking matter relative to your ability to clear the content, and people way undervalued. And like Chevrus is not, and I still maintain this to be clear, Chevrus does most of the most important things that Chevrus does with her base kit. C6 is just a significant power increase. Expanded Star Glitter shop in 7.0, yeah, right. That would be nice. Not only just expanded, just do it Zenless style. Once per month, 20 or 34 Star Glitter. Any 4-star in the game, other than the brand new 4-star. Fine, you have to wait one patch to get an Aloysia or whatever. That's how Zenless does it. It's the equivalent, 34, like 7 wishes, whatever. Actually, I think it might be less wishes in Zenless. Zenless is just a box you buy, and then you choose from that box any 4-star in the game. Anybody. And it's just a once per month reset thing. That's so much of a better solution. Like, Jesus. Any, I can get one Lua? Yes. If you don't have any character to baseline, you can do it. Like, also the fact that, I will say, so Zenless doesn't have like a guarantee system for 4-stars, but Zenless, to be clear, there's not, like, Zenless is kind of like Star Rail. They release so many more 5-stars that, like, 5-stars are just far more relevant than 4-stars. But there are still very relevant 4-stars. They're not that bad.
What am I now, you ask?
To be clear. But Zenless only has 2 4-stars per banner. And I assure you, trying to get like max of a 4-star in Zenless is far easier. It like the statistical problem that happens in Genshin is nowhere near as noticeable in the couple times I've cared about it in Zenless, like with Monato last year. Because there's only 2 characters on the banner, and with only 2 characters on the banner, it is so much more likely in a fairly reasonable amount of polls to get max copies of a 4-star. And then again, you have the additional thing now of if I only gotted if I'd only gotten like C4 Monato, C4 Alyosha, in like going for Odette. You know, in Genshin you're just like, ah, fuck. Do I gambit on trying to pull more just for C6 Alyosha, or do I just hope and cross my fingers that he somehow happens to run with like the Saritsa? He probably will run with the Saritsa. Do I cross my fingers and hope he runs with the Saritsa and go for the Saritsa? And hope I get the last 2 copies there and don't get trolled and not get the last 2 copies there, because you can easily get the Saritsa and not get the last 2 copies still. Or, oh wait, no, there's a Star Glitter thing where you could just spend a few pulls in the shop, the equivalent of a few pulls, and then in the worst case scenario, in 2 months you get C6 Alyosha anyways. That's so much better. Like, it's so much less cringe in Zenless. It does a lot. Only 2 4-stars per banner and the shop thing, it makes it so much easier. Anyways, so enough yapping about Alyosha. He's still a good character. He will be very relevant at Polearms only. I still don't know what I want to do as far as prioritizing C6 Alyosha. We'll see what happens with Raiden banner. If I have to grind a lot, like double pity for Raiden C6, it's going to leave me not having many resources for Alyosha. Being that the Saritsa is probably a polearm, and Alyosha's probably going to rerun on her banner. my inclination for smart, efficient play is to go for like C2. Maybe I can get a little lucky getting more on polearms only. But it'll also depend on like if Alyosha happens to be running on Arlecchino's banner kind of thing. So I don't know. He's a good character, but like I really don't like this dynamic of a character kit that basically is just like, you know, okay and cool as a free character at C0, and a completely different character that is completely designed and completely balanced around C6, right? It's like if Chevrous's, like, the biggest thing I would say, it's like if half of Chevrous's Res Shred and her team-wide attack buff was in C6 in conjunction with the damage bonus buff. That's my vibe with Alyosha, frankly. Because Alyosha gives 100 EM, doubles his attack, his team-wide attack buff, right? And doubles the stellar bonus. Like, okay, sure. Chronicle is also really bad for 4-star economy. Yeah, that's true as well. So, anyways, again, Alyosha got nerfed in a way that doesn't functionally really matter that much in practice for the most part, other than the elemental application for shield breaking things. But in a way that's still cringe. Like, they very specifically changed him in a way that mostly changed nothing, but also functionally just highlighted to me even more their purposeful strategy of being cringe with 4 stars design lately. And I don't know, I want to just like him because he presses E and Q and he generates a bunch of particles and he gives a team-wide attack buff, and even like a 20% team-wide attack buff at C0, I kind of still like that. That's still cool. Elemental Plier that heals a little bit, that generates a bunch of particles, that does a little bit of a team-wide attack buff for free. That's cool. You streaming on YouTube? Yeah. He's got a cool kit. He just doesn't seem that compelling because power creep is so out of control at baseline. And notably, by the way, he has electro application that follows you around with his burst. Then it's a little pupper that jumps on the field. And it's a little husky electro pupper that jumps around on the field and attacks the enemy around you. And it's not circle impact. He does have technically he has a circle impact burst, but that's only the taunt. It's only the taunt that is circle impact. The pupper follows you around and attacks. Like, he's got a cool kit, okay? But then they're cringe with their balancing decisions, and it's just like, ugh. Again, if it was just like more linear increase for constellations, I wouldn't have as much of a problem. So there's no way a Husky would listen so easily. That's true. It is a little bit of a lore failure. It's implying, like, I don't know. We can say Teyvat has its own laws, but I'm pretty sure in any universe, Huskies do not listen. Okay, I gotta pull up. I think this is probably the most boring favorite Husky clip to have. Husky at dog show. But like, I think a lot of people might have seen this, but yeah, it's Lobo. Lobo might be the most famous Husky.
So what?
Yeah, if no one's seen this before, this is gonna be a highlight of your day. Wait, where's the Lobo versus Husky versus what was it? Was it the border collie? This is not the video. The better video is, god damn it. I want the one that compares, because there's a video that's really funny to me that shows in one competition there's a dog that like just, I think it might be this one. Is it? I think it's this dog. That like flies through the competition, and then Lobo the Husky just chills his way through. Fuck. Watch him get copyright claimed? Yeah, I know, right? What the hell is the clip? Does anyone know what it's called? God damn, why is it so hard to find shit in the internet? I feel like it should be easy to find.
Metaphors speak for themselves.
Lobo the Husky. guess this one's fine, but I'm gonna skip forward. The video I'm looking for shows the other one first. I think it's a better way to show it, but maybe this one is fine. I can just... I want to show this one first. Oh, this is the video. Okay, it's just... Oh, it's this... Ah, fuck. It's the stupid thing... God damn it, it's the stupid thing YouTubers do. I did this sometimes, to be clear. I understand why people do it. It's the stupid thing people do. It's called a hook, where like you show a clip in the first part of the video to be able to get people to continue watching. So they continue watching till the clip later in the video. So you put a short clip in the beginning of the video to get people to watch to the end of the video. I fucking hate this. This is just like psychological manipulation. That's why I thought this was the right video. Because they just immediately they just show a very short clip of Lobo, and then they show the border collie. This is the video I was thinking of. God damn it. Anyways, yeah, I'll show it. Hopefully it's...
Again, nice inches. Look at those weak pulls. Off we go. Here we go.
A very agile pupper.
You can hear the oohs and ahs here in the crowd.
There's that reverse spin there again. Nice inches. Look at those weak pulls. Kick her out, good.
I'm not that much of a fan of dog shows. I mean, I was a fan of them when I played Nintendogs.
I don't think it's gonna matter right
I don't think so either. Not the way this dog's
But
going.
this is a great clip.
That was super nice.
Fame is looking to become
There it is.
famous. Wow!
Nothing but speed on that.
Botnews, I'll probably mess around with streaming 16:9 again with a different format soon, TM. Sorry. I just keep forgetting to make the format thing for it. It'll happen soon, eventually. I promise. I am going to do it. I just need to remember to do it off stream. Anyways. Anyway, this pupper finished in 30 seconds. And now Lobo, the best husky to exist. Lobo here.
Saw that camera.
Boom! Oh, come on, Lobo. Get back on track. Get back on track, buddy.
Look at Lobo. This is actually a really obedient husky.
There's the weak pulse. Stay.
This is the best. Oh, ignore.
Lobo
Ignore
doesn't seem
posts.
too dialed into this tonight.
I tell you,
What am I now?
there you go, Lobo. There we
Just
go.
a human who's lost her voice.
Oh.
Oh, I love Lobo. Compare that to the other dog. Just like zoomed.
You know, Lobo's like, I'm just,
Oh,
I've got
something
the
to
top
sniff.
down, I'm heading down Pacific Coast Highway.
There's a fur thingy there. What's that?
Maybe there's something up there.
This is the most obedient husky on the planet, by the way.
Okay, fine.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean by
There's been several of them. You always get one every year, and it looks like this time it's
by
Lobo.
in any universe. It doesn't matter. Tibet has its own laws. In any universe, I love this too. Just like chill, let it fall at its own. Right? He doesn't try to control the pace. Just let it fall.
Alan, oh, that's it. Fine. That's it.
At this point.
We're
Right.
good to go.
Anyways, maybe he thinks his highest score wins. I think Lobo's just there to have a good time. Lobo likes to be there because he knows his owner likes being there. That's a rare husky that likes to sometimes listen. So, anyways, my point is like it would be really funny if this would be a good change. Even if it causes a negative gameplay mechanic, I would 100% accept it. If like sometimes, just randomly, instead of Alyosha's dog like applying electro and attacking the enemy, you just see it like running over somewhere else. So like every 2 seconds it's supposed to like attack the enemy. It just like, you just see it jump out, but then it just like runs to the side. It goes and like sniffs something on the wall. I think it'd be really funny. I'd be willing to deal with that. It'd be incredibly annoying when trying to optimize anything. It would make all the min-maxers mad. I don't care. It'd be so fucking funny. I would love it. Anyways, do it. I'd accept this nerf. That's the nerf they should have done, by the way. That would have nerfed his application. Like, keep his elemental application the same, where, like, when the dog does attack, it applies more electro, but then it can randomly just not attack and annoy you because it's a husky. Open world only? That could be it too. Yeah, that'd be funny. Open world passive. In open world, there's lots of things for Alyosha's dog to be distracted by. In Stygian, it's not distracted because there's nothing there than the enemy, right? But in Stygian, there's so much, or sorry, in open world, there's so much grass to sniff. There's so much world to investigate. That's true. I agree with you. That could be a really funny open world passive. But Hoyoverse doesn't have good ideas. That's a joke, mostly. 50-50 chance every time it's supposed to attack, it just sits and smiles at the camera. What if it's like, you know how like if you've seen Sana's animation where she does like the little pose, like doing a peace sign to the camera? What if the husky just like runs into the camera? I don't know. Look, if we're gonna nerf Alyosha, you should nerf it in a lore accurate way, okay? Not nerf it in a boring way. Change ways, get with the gambit. Yeah, exactly. Imagine Zajeff dealing with it, yeah. See, it would turn Zajeff into Alyosha's biggest hater. And that's fine. We like when Zajeff hates characters, okay? Oh, bye, Pika. Thanks for joining. I didn't even realize you were still here. Appreciate you helping me take the thumbnail. Because I didn't have Mizuki. So, it was nice being jailmates for a time. I forgot I left my game. Nice. Yes. They nerfed him. Yeah, like, again, the nerf, like, barely matters functionally. Like, the only thing that really matters in practice, in my opinion, is the elemental application nerf. But that's why I was saying, that's why we're memeing, like, if they're gonna nerf his elemental application, they should nerf it by, like, making the dog just not listen to them sometimes. Beta good or bad, the TLDR is that basically nothing has changed, and we still don't know for sure if Odette can do 2 big skills per rotation with a burst or not. I hope she can, because that will make more interesting teams, more interesting gameplay dynamics that are relatively uncommon for utilizing off-fielders in the current state of the game. Like, mostly characters just mostly E-bots. Oh, I'm sorry, Odette is an E-bot. But I would like her to be QE, EE, with, like, some minor nuance, probably on, like, canceling her E activation or whatever, maybe, I don't know. But, like, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Also, did I do that Sandrone review you mentioned earlier, Harshal, or was I still yapping? So, anyways, it's fine. And then Mizuki didn't get changed to her own kit, but now most likely you use the new DPS set. The new DPS set works on Sandrone now, rather than Cryo, rather than VV. VV does not work on Sandrone anymore, and VV was nerfed a little bit. I think that's basically it. Like, there's not much else to discuss. I mean, we've already discussed a lot of minor changes for a long time. Anyways, we'll get confirmation soon, hopefully, on whether or not Odette can do 2 E's per rotation. We'll see. Akira. I don't know if Akira is still here, but we'll do it. I am still in chat. Sorry for the wait. You probably are used to it. That's not Enka. Anyways, I'm glad we have a husky being added to Genshin. We are getting a pupper. That means we get a wonderful boy, and the wonderful boy deserves everything. But also, can you not nerf the wonderful boy at C0, please, Hoyoverse? Nerf the C6. Like, if they wanted to nerf his power level, nerf the C6 and keep the base get power. That's the problem I have. But anyways, they might pull back on their nerf a little bit, since right now, if Escoffier is a compelling alternative, like, if Escoffier is a compelling alternative, that means they failed to bait for the C6 properly. But maybe they don't want to bait for the C6 that much because Alyosha is the free 4-star this patch. Like, they didn't try baiting with Ino that much, right? Like, Ino C6 was, you know, not irrelevant to have, but not that important. Like, not like Alyosha C6 kind of is. But right now, if Escoffier is a perfectly compelling alternative with Sandrone especially, most people should not be that tempted by Alyosha C6. I still am going to be, because I want Alyosha C6 for more than just Sandrone things. But anyways, level 100 Veressa, nice. That's a strong. Oh my, it's a C6. Hello, a very, very strong Veressa. Jesus. Is attack circlet better for you? By the way, I'm curious. I feel like I've had this question in the past, but I never actually looked into it. I gotta imagine it's probably like a similar situation to like C6EI from what I looked at, where attack circlet is about the same as non-attack circlet, but like with Sig giving a shit ton of crit damage and C6 giving a bunch of crit damage. So, he sucks even with C6. Isn't I know C6 pretty big for her? Yeah, I mean, I know C6 is big for bridging the gap between her and like Columbina, for example. But it's not like it never was like OMG or not clearing the content without it, right? And Ino was still kind of needed because of Nodcry being designed around racism passives. Alyosha is in a similar situation where like you can definitely clear with Alyosha without C6, I almost assure you, in Stellar teams. But Stellar units, thankfully, so far, do not have racism passives. They need like an element going on. They need a certain thing for their kit, like, but that's like, you know, how Flynn's needs Hydro, not how Flynn's needs region of character, right? So anyways, C2 Sandrone, what does C2 even do? More crit damage. I feel like Aviana, I didn't realize you had this many cons. I feel like you are weak to crit damage constellations. No, you're just weak to constellations. You're like me, but you pull even more cons than I do. Would you like to fund something? No, I'm joking. Sorry. No, don't continue with that joke from earlier. It only worked with Palooza the other day. And I probably took the joke too far. We don't need to continue with that joke. Still not good, no Ascendant Gleam BS. Yeah, like, that's the best thing so far about Stellar units. No racism passive BS. And the one racism thing this... Oh, the Battle Pass weapons. I forgot about those. Oh yeah, we're supposed to review Sandrone. Sandrone, you got a really good Sandrone. Is this better than the other Sandrone we saw? No, because there's no attack percent stats, I think. And this is a SIG weapon, so it's a little bit different to balance stats in general. It's not a bad Sandrone at all, but that is a relatable circlet and a half. 17 crit rate, yeah, that's a heckin' lot of crit on the timepiece. It's kind of like my feather that is 20 crit rate. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good balance for a build overall. Again, I think Cryo Resonance is mostly fake in a lot of our teams, so, you know, although actually, wait, amusingly, with the Alyosha C6 being less relevant, with Escoffier, maybe Cryo Resonance is real again. That might be part of why actually Escoffier is as good as she is right now on a spreadsheet level, is Cryo Resonance. Cryo Resonance, I think, even when Cryo Resonance has good uptime, its value is overrepresented on a spreadsheet level, in my opinion, relative to in practice. This is the same exact situation we had with like how people were finding Shilonen outperforming Sealali for them with like Durin and Lohen together, for example. So please, for the love of everything, do not forget that you really have to build around Cryo Resonance to actually take advantage of it. So this means, like, for this account, a C6 Alyosha might end up being meaningfully better than Escoffier. But anyways, yeah, she's getting 16% from the set. But like, if we're getting Cryo Resonance, then functionally we are at 115 crit rate. So there could be some min-maxing to do, which would basically be try to get rid of this timepiece. Or I guess you also have a feather really high. You have the same problem I have with this artifact set, where you just got a lot of crit rate rolls, didn't you? This is exactly what happened with me on this set, so it's like kind of hard to... But the upside though is that I might be able to use Nefer's weapon to a good extent in the future for my Yai, but anyways. So... Yeah, I have a hard time overriding Cryo with 2 Electro anyhow. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Right now I think it's more likely, like with Chi-Chi and whatever, that you have Cryo Resonance going on. With Alyosha before, with what his application originally was, with Yai, it was 100% expected that you wouldn't have Cryo Resonance up. Now that, one, you might be playing with Escoffier more often, even after Alyosha, even with Alyosha C6. And if you don't have Alyosha C6, you consider Escoffier more. And even then, even with Alyosha, because of the fact that he only does Electro, he does slower application Electro now, means that you might actually still have Cryo Resonance up. So I don't know. Balancing around Cryo Resonance is cringe. I almost think it's better just to pretend it doesn't exist. I think they should change Cryo Resonance because it's just annoying. It just works in a really annoying way. I'm not saying get rid of the crit, by the way. I'm just saying if Cryo Resonance is active, you should just get crit in your stat screen. Get rid of this stupid bullshit with have to have a cryo aura on the enemy to get the crit. If you have double cryo, you should just get the crit. That's my opinion. So with a single Electro, yeah, I mean with a Escoffier, I think you definitely should balance around Cryo Resonance. I would be surprised. Yai does not apply that much Electro if you're doing like Senjone, Yai, Odette, right? Like there's no way. But with Alyosha, I'm not sure still, even with the change. But with him doing less application, you might, even with Alyosha and Yai together, you might have enough uptime to, you probably even might have enough uptime to balance around it. But I don't know. Because she doesn't necessarily apply a lot of electro herself, Sandrone, so yeah. Or make it crit damage instead. Yeah, that's true actually. Let's just simplify everyone's lives and make it crit damage. We have so damn few sources of freaking. I'll even take less crit value from it. Here, Hoyoverse, we'll make a trade. Change Cryo Resonance to gives crit damage instead of crit rate, but then instead of 15 crit rate, it is 24 crit damage. So 6 less CV, a whole crit roll less. But it's guaranteed, no fuckerying about with needing to balance builds around it. It's just some free crit. Please. Because God, building around Cryo Resonance is annoying. Anyways. Did you look at Harshal's Chiori? I did. Thank you for the reminder. Hoping for Alyosha C2, but based on my luck I get nothing. Yeah, I wouldn't stress it that much for most accounts. I wanted, because, yeah, I'm stupid, but, well, we'll see. We'll see what Mitsu decides. Again, I'm leaving it up to Mitsu. If Mitsu decides by the time this banner is up that, like, Mitsu wants to try to fund either a Yai C5 or a Mizuki or whatever instead, I'll leave that up to them. But I do think Mitsu funding Alyosha C6 would be more enjoyable to most of us. By most of us, I mean you watching my content. So, anything else we missed? Oh, the Battle Pass weapons. So, yeah. Let me just open those up. But I think they basically, so they were like all the Battle Pass weapons that were like 454 base attack with 36 crit rate before, now are like 27 crit rate with 510 base attack, which I think is a better balance of stats. Especially with shit like Cryo Resonance. Fucking Cryo Resonance. Ugh. Yeah, Battle Pass Sword went from 454 to 510. Crit rate went from 36.8 to 27.6. The attack buff went from 18 to 36, so... I mean, the fact that they increased the base attack and lowered the attack percent means that the value gained from the base attack is a little bit reduced, which is a little weird, but not inherently problematic. It's not like this is that's not that massive a loss, right? This is the weird like movement-based attack buff. That's why it varies from 18 to 36. Claymore is the same thing. Again, they slightly changed the attack buff and slightly reduced the stellar buff in exchange. So I guess they consider a higher base attack, lower crit rate, better base stat balance, so they're lowering the passive value a little bit. Catalyst just had the base stat change from 510 to 454 to 510, 27.6. I guess I should have just checked Anoka. Battle Pass Catalyst. Wait, what? That's the same thing. Oh, it's just I see. Never mind. Battle Pass Bow is now the effect is based on element rather than nation, so it's not a racism bow anymore. And it's 510, 27.6 now, which means this is like worse as an alternative to Slingshot for Linnea. So I know some people were looking, we're hoping to use this bow for Linnea. But I would say this is a good change overall, particularly because the other Battle Pass bows were kind of dookie on a generic utility level. So yeah. The bow is probably the best actual change because it was just kind of crap before, in my opinion. There weren't many circumstances where it could be considered to be that good. Oh, that's the craftable. The craftable is still good, by the way, for Linnea, which is cool. So, but not like as much of an upgrade over Slingshot. And not a drop-in replacement like some people were hoping the new Battle Pass bow would be, because the new Battle Pass bow could be a drop-in replacement. Where the frick is this it? Is this, yeah, this is it. I see. So yeah, now so R1 to R5 just doubles as normal. Every other character in the team will provide a buff to the equipping character depending on whether their type is the same. So this is just always up. There's no trigger. There's no duration for it, which is good. All right, so 510 base, 27.6. If their elemental type is the same, you get 64 EM, 128 at R5. element is different, equipping character gets 12% attack. So, yeah. This is interesting. I'm not gonna lie, with what, as an example, since I'm playing Superconduct with Fischl right now. Also I like the drip of this bow is pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie. If you are a Battle Pass buyer, now my priority is still gonna be the polearm. The polearm didn't get changed, by the way. It's the one like supportive weapon Battle Pass. Everything else is just, you know, crit stat stick weapon. For the Battle Pass, and like, you know, these are all like kind of interesting generically. Like again, the catalyst is using an elemental skill increases attack and EM for 6 seconds. So it's low duration, but then a charge attack refreshes the duration. So this makes it a little bit weird for Wriothesley, for example, because needing to do an early charge attack might trigger his C1 early, and that could be bad because you don't want the C1 healing. So this weapon's like a little weird for Wriothesley. I wouldn't like go all gung-ho on this for Wriothesley, even though you might like it because that's a lot of stats for Wriothesley. That bow model was leaked 5 years ago, was it? Nice. This is the craftable. Yeah, that's the craftable. So yeah, polearm is the same, still energy refunding. Yay. Wait, wasn't it 8 energy before? No, it was it 8 or was it 6? I don't remember. No, the craftable was 8, but it was craftable 8 to the equipper, right? So no, the polearm's the same. But yeah, I don't know. This polearm is too relevant to me as a supported polearm. So, the polearm getting that will be my priority on my accounts. Polearms only, I will be getting R5 of it. So for the first time in a long while, I'll be buying the Battle Pass and polearms only just for that bow mostly. The other resources will be worth it too, to be clear. But like, I haven't needed the Primo gems at least. I haven't really needed the resources from the Battle Pass for a long time in polearms only, so I haven't bought it. But like getting the witches plus getting the relevant polearm is relevant enough for polearms only that I will. But anyways, yeah, Battle Pass sword. No, this is the Claymore. That's the craftable Claymore, whatever. Wait, no, sorry. Is it the craftable Claymore? Or is that the... No, this is the craftable Claymore. That's the Battle Pass Claymore. So the Battle Pass Claymore still has the wackadoodle order-based thing, so the Claymore's still kind of that is Odette's Sig, isn't it? Is that? No. Yes, that is Odette's Sig. Sorry. All these fucking weapons look similar. I'm sorry. There we go. That's the Battle Pass weapon. Yeah, so this still... Wait, this still says 40 to 80%. So that's wrong. That's not updated, but that's fine. So yeah, I don't know. I think I think I'll probably choose the bow after I'm done getting the polearm on my main account. In fact, I might even choose it before I'm done getting max refined on the polearm. But we'll see, because it would take a long time to get R5 of this. But anyways, R5 of the bow, 128 EM, 24 attack with 510, 27.6 crit as a base stat. Like, if we compare that to Skyward Harp, this is just like, in most situations, I think for Fischl, for example, I think significantly better than Skyward Harp. So, and it's every other character, by the way, so it doesn't count Fischl's own element. So Fischl only gets EM if there's Electro units in the team. But there's plenty of teams where Fischl's just going to get a bunch of attack. Like, the amount of stats that it can give, even without refines, I think is very relevant. This is just, like, actually a really good generic bow now. So, I don't know. Mizuki can work off-field and Stellar, yeah. It's only 2 then for Linnea? Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you get up to, like, 300 and some odd, yeah, 384, almost 400, we'll just say 400. Almost 400 EM with that bow, with, if you happen to have a triple... Well, no, it has to be a mono element team. It has to be a mono element team to be able to get 400 EM, and I somewhat suspect EM is not as relevant in a mono element team, guys. So so I don't think the EM you should ever consider getting 400 from that, but it can definitely give, you know, almost 250. Or about 250. It's over 250 technically. And then the attack, it can actually be maxed out feasibly. That'd be 72% attack with 510 base and the crit. So yeah, like so in the context of what I've been doing with like Fischl with Lohen, that would give Fischl 128 EM and 64% attack on a 510 base attack. I guess should we run the number on it quick? I guess I think I can. It shouldn't be that hard to do. So sure, fuck it. Let's compare to a no. Let's do an R1 Skyward Harp. So an R1 Skyward Harp is, you know, higher base attack than this Battle Pass weapon, but less crit, right? And then gives additional crit in the passive. So we're talking on a CV comparison level, an R1 Harp is so 27.6 times 2 is 55.2 CV. This would be 64 CV. So a Harp has higher base attack, which matters. That like higher base attack converts to, like, just with my existing official build. Do we have a 510? Yeah, we do have a 510. So just the base attack alone is enough to account for, yeah, quite a lot. To account for 300 attack of my official, right? With my official build. So that's quite significant. I'll just round up actually and say 350. So 350 attack, more at a baseline just from the base stats, and 10 higher CV with an R1 Harp. So R4 of this bow. Again, in a lot of scenarios, Fischl might actually just get 72% attack. But let's assume she gets not 72, she gets 48, right? So 48.48 times go equip this again. 0.48, so she'd get the EM too, right? So just she'd get 128 EM, which is about what the base stats of Stringless is from the passive of this new weapon. And she gets the 55 crit value. And then, you know, 1900 attack plus the 48%. Base attack here is 754, so 48 times 754 is 361. So that would mean that the R5 of this new Battle Pass bow, and so this is with like the Super Induct team context, where the EM, by the way, is actually relevant. Did I say R4? I meant R5. So R5 of this bow would have slightly more attack than Skyward Harp, but basically the same attack as Skyward Harp with R5. But then you have the additional EM, and then a little bit less crit value than Harp. So like, I'm pretty sure R5 of this bow, like in this specific case, like there's other use cases to check, but the illustration here is that R5, the refines on this new bow are probably make it just as generically valuable as having Skyward Harp. But it also means if you have Skyward Harp like floating around, you know, you don't need to feel that much, not badly to have it. Which is, I'd say that's good balance. That is good balance to have this thing be as compelling with refines as and we didn't have a particularly compelling stat stick crit bow before, right? In the Battle Pass. So having this bow be as compelling as like the default generic stat stick DPS bow from Standard Banner, whatever, I think is pretty good. Like Skyward Harp is really good. So I don't know. I like that. I think that's a good balance. It means if you have Harp, you don't need to stress it, and if you don't have Harp, you now have an alternative access to something if you see value from the Battle Pass. Again, as always, I don't think you buy the Battle Pass just because of one thing. The value of the Battle Pass is every material in here. Well, not these. These are just wishes. So like you get wishes at a pretty similar rate from buying the Battle Pass as you would doing a top up, where it's about $2 per wish. You get about 5 wishes, but now you also get the elixir, you get the feather, you get all the everything else, right? That's all resin. Like, you should just consider this a whole bunch of resin. The resin equivalence of the Battle Pass is actually fairly high, and that is the real reason to buy it. It is a significant thing, especially over time, that allows you to level more characters, and it also just eases the resource grind a lot. As a content creator for this game, it's a no-brainer. It allows me to have more fun in the game in general. Like, not even as a content creator, just as someone who likes Genshin and plays it a lot, and gets more value from being able to level more things and put more resources into my characters. Battle Pass give me more resources that I otherwise wouldn't be able to have access to for only $7. Well, $7.50 about. VPN, by the way. Go take a trip to Japan. But anyways, you'll have to research VPNs that'll work for you. By the way, there are free VPNs you can have, or VPN trials that will let you. So a lot of free VPNs don't let you like connect to different countries specifically, so you would have to probably do like trials for things. So anyways, stop trying to skip the battle passes patch. Yeah, I mean, look, when you don't get value from the weapons, it makes it harder to like the weapons should be considered a nice bonus. Is my point. So them adding more weapons is a good thing because there's more options to choose. And like the last battle pass weapons they added, while like, you know, they were mixes of like kind of interesting. I would say most of these battle pass weapons, like I thought this was going to be better than it ended up being. I'd say it's not bad, but like deathmatch is still the better generic polearm for sure. Especially as they have released new polearm units, we definitely learned that deathmatch continues to be the better polearm. So it's like it's probably more relevant to get R5 deathmatch than it is to bother with a single copy of this, basically. And because we have now 2 compelling static polearms, it's very good that we have a new polearm as a supportive-oriented polearm there. Especially with how many fucking polearm units want Fav. So the new Battle Pass polearm is a Fav alternative, thank God. The Catalyst is, like, fine. These are both, like, not great. So the Catalyst being more generically just decent is good, too. Again, both of the bows are not great. So, like, I'd say this is probably the best addition to the Battle Pass. And I think most of these new Battle Pass weapons are like probably just better, and I would argue even the sword is probably a better generic stat stick than these things too, because these are both just not great. If this thing worked off field, it'd be compelling in a lot more scenarios, but it doesn't, so it's just kind of So anyways, I think they did a good job for the Battle Pass weapons for once, because the last time was kind of dookie, and the original ones, like obviously there's a couple standouts. And then niche utility with this thing and whatever. But other than these two, like, there's no, like, really standout Battle Pass weapons, whereas I'd say, like, most of these Battle Pass weapons that they're adding now have compelling use cases that I could see. So, they made the Battle Pass more valuable, and that's a good thing, is the long and short of it. Does it mean you need them? No. But it's a good thing. So, yeah. Would you rape my Moika? Yeah, we do channel point redeem, sorry. And you know what else we do? We do dailies. The dailies after being in Genshin for 2 hours and 2.5 hours. Non-crit reliant Favonius, yeah. Non-crit reliant Favonius will be really nice. Yes. Well, it is reliant on triggering a reaction for what it's worth, but not reliant on bursting, which is very good. That'd be a lot worse if it was reliant on bursting, but it's just reliant on triggering reactions. You have to like cryo or hydro related reaction, of course. So keep that in mind. But anyways, oh, by the way, like those polearms designs here, let me. So like, again, we yapped about this yesterday with like this travelers having the same foundational identity as the Archons has been quite a consistent pattern. Like, you know, sometimes I think we talk about patterns in Genshin things too often, and Hoyoverse likes to break patterns, so it could be wrong, right? This is one pattern they haven't really broken, even with Hydro Traveler, because of the lower of like where the hydro power comes from and whatever. And how Farina never had the hydro power, right? Saritz is a pure healer. No, so I think the Saritz is going to have a conditional thing where, like, it's going to be like Traveler, where she will be more an on-fielder in one way, like with Superconduct going on, or it might be an inverse of Traveler, where, like, because Traveler is more off-field utility with Stellar Swirl, maybe the Saritza is more off-field utility with Stellar Conduct, and then DPS with Stellar Swirl. The inverse of Cryo Traveler, right? But I think it's going to be something like that, where she's going to have 2 modes, and like where she's going to be main DPS with one reaction and more supportive oriented off-fielder with the other reaction, which I think is a cool balance. And I honestly kind of feel the polearms indicate this too. One, this is a drip weapon for her. Like, you can't tell me this is not meant to like be an aesthetically pleasing weapon to bait people into buying the battle pass for the Saritza. But this is a supportive weapon, so this would be supportive mode on the Saritza, right? where it gives her attack, because she's probably still going to do damage, but she's probably going to need energy, so energy substat, and gives energy to the team. Cool. The other weapon also gives energy, but it has more more personal damage oriented stats. So it has EM instead of ER substat, but then it directly refunds energy to the equipper every 9 seconds. So this is 16 energy refund directly. So this, if anything, is probably better. So yeah, she's probably burst reliant in either mode, essentially. But then this is like the better DPS polearm, probably, for a free-to-play accessible Cereza polearm. Like, I don't know, that's the vibe I strongly get from many levels here with the Cereza. I think she's going to be a different modes. Which one will be better? Which one will be more power creep? Fuck if I know. I don't know. I don't care about balance. But I think that's what her foundational design is going to be. I think there'll be reasons to consider using the Battle Pass polearm if you have it. I think there'll be reasons to consider the free-to-play weapon on her. And her signature weapon will probably be like the best of both worlds kind of thing. Right? So anyways, but yeah, this one's obviously more personal damage focused, gives EM, gives a bunch of attack, and gives ER. So she's going to be burst reliant either way, I bet. Anyways. And it'll probably be the flashiest burst animation in the game. Boop. Energy hoarding unit where she goes above her burst cap. Actually, that's true. They need to do more with that. I don't think they're going to do it because they tend to do energy kit gimmicks for electro units. But I don't think we have anyone that goes above their burst cap, right? Like, we have units that utilize energy in unique ways. Like Varessa, Flynn's, whatever. But they have a cap. They don't go past it. We really should get a unit that can go past their cap. That would be cool. She flashes her face card. She actually launches, when you press the Saritsa's Q, she launches Honkai Star Rail, and the game starts playing itself, because that's what Honkai Star Rail does. Bosses. We can do bosses first. Yes. We will wait to do... Actually, do I just want to... You know what? Wait. Oh. Musical performance.
A musical performance?
A musical performance. I'm actually going to wait to do these until after this outbreak is done. I hope I don't forget this week. I might forget this week. I'm going to use my fragile here, or the transient here, because it's like one extra artifact. Yeah. Also, I'm insane, so I'm actually going to do this in fearless difficulty, because I'm going to do my farming in fearless difficulty, because maybe I'll actually just beat this in sub 100 in doing this. Maybe my brain's in the mode for it. Let's see. If you didn't see me doing this yesterday, you're not ready for how good this is. Immediately flub. I pressed her E too early. Keep waiting, please.
You can't run. Stronger. Let's by royal decree.
We've not stayed. Now what's it?
Judgment. Shiver. Step aside. On my midnight phantasmagoria.
No rest. Let's fight. Said you weren't ready for this. Struggle all you want.
Yeah. Punishment. Controlled breathing. Start the...
Trim. I will judge.
Lights out. Faster. Stronger. On.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Why? God damn it. I hate this thing. Why do you not get frozen? Oh, this was actually that was a sub 100 attempt, by the way, in the first half, and then that shit happens. God, I hate this. This is the only thing I dislike about this boss.
You can't run.
It's like, it just arbitrarily seems like it ignores the application from Rosaria for some reason, and then that shit happens. Oh, and I died. Whoops. Ugh. You do this exactly on my account? Maybe. I don't know. Depends on your builds. I'm not gonna assume it's gonna be the exact same, but I don't know. I did clear with a 4-star weapon on Visual. Do you have Jade Spear in a similar build on Lohan? That's the most important thing. My Lohan build is very good, so you know.
Punishment. Quick as a flash. Let's
Oh yes, C6 Eonson is also relevant. Get back in the freaking thing. Thank you. Roll the wind there, a little annoying. It's definitely not as good as the previous attempt was.
You can't run. Shiver. Faster. Stronger. On.
God damn it, that attempt was so good and then it just freaking effed it by not getting frozen. Like it was in the circle, it just didn't get frozen. I don't know, there's something weird, I swear, with how this thing self-applies Hydro to itself that causes annoying variability in
Quick as a flash. Start the
controlling its movement. Like, see, there it got frozen, right? Which is good. We needed it frozen. Need to conserve stamina.
judgment. Shiver. Step aside. Let's. Oz reveal.
That was no self damage.
Form first. You can't run. Punishment. Shadow Raven.
What? Can I charge that, please? C3 Eonson is not a big deal. It is a big deal. For this team, it's a very big deal. I'm sorry. It really is. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, depending on how good your build is. Like, to be clear, I am trying to push for 100 and sub 100 clear. I imagine if you have a decent visual build and a similar quality Lohan build, that I could clear it, but I'm a lot more sauce on it with a C3 hands on. But I don't know. I'm kind of interested in trying it still, but not right now. Unless I happen to get it. Unless I happen to get this while doing the farming. Wow. 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 Actually, that's potentially a support piece for Nicole. A minor relevant one, but I like the crit rate, so we'll take it. Do I want to switch back to the Hexray artifacts? Why did I switch to? Oh, I switched to that set because I wanted EM pieces, didn't I, yesterday? Yeah. We'll switch back to the Hexray set. Alright, doing 7.0 maintenance, do an overview of how much characters you liked over the last year? Sure. I may need to remind me then, but I'm down.
You can't run. Shiver. Faster. Stronger. Let's.
Okay, freeze.
Phantasmagoria.
Ice.
Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Punishment. On. Oz reveal.
Tremble. I won't tease.
God damn it. They're up in that attack.
Judgment. Shiver. Quick as a flash. Let's. Wings of darkness.
No, you asshole! Get back in there. Okay.
Keep it coming. Let's fight.
Dodge that damage.
Light
Yeah, it's a terrible shield break.
Controlled breathing.
Whatever.
Start them by royal decree.
Bro, go. This thing movement. Okay, I had fucking terrible will to win generation for some reason.
No fairy tale ending.
Okay. Whatever.
Quick as a flash. On Shadow Raven. Punishment.
Trim. I won't chance.
Alright. But yeah, I don't know. Like, if it is possible with a non-C6 Eons on, I wouldn't be surprised if it's almost as difficult on your account as this is to do trying to do the sub 100 clear, right? I do think the duration extension in particular from C6 Eons on makes a pretty freaking big difference here. On its own, let alone the higher buff potential. So yeah. Did I not claim I was doing this for artifacts? Yes. I forgot to change. No. It's fine. It's fine. Damn it. Really? I'm not pressing the E soon enough. It's really awkward, like, you can't press it, like, right as you walk out, but, like, very shortly after you walk out with Rosaria to trigger Fav, you need to... Focus a little bit. Okay, and by focus a little bit, I mean take damage on 2 of the lasers. And do really shitty super death procs. Where's your damn energy? What the fuck? What? Okay, what was it saying? I don't even remember. Oh, you have to very slightly walk out, but don't walk out too far, and don't E, like, right after you walk out, but just, like, slightly after, right after you walk out. It's really kind of weirdly specific. Really? Not bad. It's an early shield. It's not inherently problematic. Don't do it.
I won't chance. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now we're here.
Judgment. Shiver. Quick as a flash. On look.
Oops, I do that early. Whatever. Bad. Bad. Zabai, I just like the well-rounded defense and the horse. Okay. Do you think Lohan will be a good stellar conduct driver? Yeah. I think he will work quite well. We'll see, God damn it, I forgot to switch. Fuck. Yell at me. Yell at me when I, like, when I'm getting, like, close to just go in chat. So, Luna, switch the fucking artifacts. God damn it. Whatever. As long as I don't... If I got, like, a double crit attack goblin, I would have been real salty, because that's what I want for Varka. Switch the goddamn artifacts. Or another good feather. That either or. A good feather or a good attack goblet would be what I need from the Hex set, and I'm done with that damn domain. Anyways, yes, I think Lohan would be a good driver. He applies a lot of cryo. So I think there's a lot of potential therein, but he will need Hexerai though, so like it's probably I don't know how you're gonna balance the field time with how long the field time he potentially wants to get use out of him, but he should work well. With Nicole, I presume being best in slot, especially on my account, but I think in general. And then Sucrose or Prune as alternatives that might be kind of interesting with the Iodet, and I think it could work pretty well. I do not think any content that needs Stellar will be that hard for me to clear with that team, essentially. I do not think it will make a meaningful difference to have or not have Sandrone, essentially, there. It might at dire difficulty, but also it won't at dire difficulty, not for me. And for most people, I also don't think it'd make a difference at dire difficulty because I'm very confident it won't make a difference at Fearless most of the time. But unless they, I mean, well, no, I'm very confident it won't make a difference at Fearless. For Dire, it's a crapshoot because Dire tends to be very, very specifically balanced around very, very specific teams at baseline investment level. So you're just fucked if you don't have highly specific teams. Dire is cringe. Who is deciding around Dire unless you're already a player with high investment, right? So like, you know, how bad were Alyosha nerfs? Arguably they're fine, but also bad enough to make it so that you don't need to concern yourself about getting C6 Alyosha that much more. Not because he's bad at C6, but because Escoffier is a more fine alternative, right? He is more of a balanced unit at C6 now, and that's fine on some levels, but also means he is a less compelling character, and I am quite annoyed that they didn't, like, put some of his C6 power in some of his other cons at minimum. Switch? I can't switch until I choose the artifacts, but thank you. I'm say that when I'm getting close to done with this next attempt. What's the next? What's the best witch unit then? What do you mean? Best witch unit in general, or best witch unit for Stellar conduct Lohen? It should be Nicole. Nicole will buff Yai and Odette's damage, and Lohen's damage. And yeah. That was terrible, by the way. I'm so upset with that first attempt, getting fucked over. That was such a good attempt. That was the best attempt I had all last day with that first wave. And I just got fucked by it moving in the wrong way. Like, I don't understand how it avoided getting frozen from Rosaria there. Odette be used in anything other than Stellar? Her multipliers that are non-Stellar damage is really dookie. Okay. Waited a long time to do the shield this time.
Midnight Phantasm. Trim. I will. So this.
What? I fucking what? I pressed E and I normally pressing E dodges those lasers, but I guess I pressed it a little late. Trying to beat menacing with automaton with Xylo, Oron, Bina, and Flynn's. Is it even possible? What do you mean by the automaton? There's two automatons. Are you talking this one, or are you talking the other automaton, the pillar boss? Can you use more colloquial terms, not the nonsense garbage names that Hoyoverse gives them? Like ball or pillar. You can't run. God damn it. See, I walked too far forward there, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, someone did a character redeem. Whoops. I copied the idea, didn't actually open up the page. Whoop. So what? I just zoomed in by accident. Z-Buy. Harbinger, nice. 3k, oh yeah, I see, that's very satisfying. You also have basically the perfect defense. Well, that's a perfect defense with C6 Eat Lua. I do not know if you have C6 Eat Lua, he's not here, but that's fine. It's a little slightly low if you don't have C6 Eat Lua, arguably even with C6 Eat Lua, because of potential downtime issues on occasion with Harbinger's passive, assuming you're not bursting every rotation with Linnea. It's kind of nice to maybe have a little bit more crit rate, like to overcap a little bit, like it's a situation where like min-maxing your build, yeah, having this crit rate is ideal. In practice, I can see strong reasons to not do that. But yeah, nice triple def build, bonus EM flat stats. Not like a 10 out of 10 build, but it's just a really well-balanced build for having good, valuable stats and balance around the free crit rate from Harbinger. So, yeah, very nice. Very nice. Can I do another 2K redeem for you to look at my Lohan? Sure, I guess. I can't manually enable the redeem, though.
You can't run.
The pillar breaking takes way too long. Are you bursting right away on Auron? Because I feel like Flynn's Columbina... That was really good. I feel like Flynn's Columbina should be able to reach that. Actually, okay. That was a really good shield break, but then we wasted a lot of playing with Fischl here. To the degree that I don't even know if it was optimal to do that. I think that applied after the res phase was done, damn. Oh, a cat camera. I see. That's what you meant. Really? Wow, that was a very early shield. I'm gonna do this. Stay frozen, asshole.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. No rest.
This isn't over yet.
Bet you weren't ready for the judgment. Lights out. Quick as a flash. Start. Oz revealed.
Trim. I won't choose.
Hi, Vigil. Well, the wind was terrible. That was not too far away, but also far away at the same time because it's not dead. All right. All right. I don't even remember what cooldown I have on the cat cam. Oh, artifacts. I remembered it myself. So proud of myself. Alright. Poopy. 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 Thank you. Alright, sick. What a wonderful artifact day. Truly, truly amazing. That could technically be a Nilu upgrade. Do I care? Yes, because I'm a gremlin for instructor artifacts. Okay. Sure, let me look at your Lohan, it's fine. Just to give a vibe check of if I think it's doable, I guess. But if this Lohan build seems... Like, again, I think if with a low-end build with the quality of mine with a C3 Eons on, I think there's a reality. I don't think it does. Like, I have a build, for example, compared to yours, that has 2,400 attack. We're talking before the set bonuses go, so it's base attack before 4 pieces triggered. With 230 crit damage and 60 crit rate optimized around cryo resonance. Like, my Lohan gets probably 20% or higher more damage than you. So I don't know. I can get less crit rate for more crit damage. I mean, you can try it and see how it goes, but I don't know. If you want to go on the DPS dummy and play this team and let me know what your results are. Official build, you should even if there is some downtime, you need the new artifacts. Like, Lohan is doing the most of the team's damage. You need the new artifacts on official, by the way. So there's no reason to evaluate that. You're gonna need more ER and Eons on as well, because what I'm doing here to get Eons on's burst immediately relies on Fab Trigger immediately from Rosaria. So the Rosaria build seems... Oh wait, it's Emblem too. You don't even have Noblesse. Again, Lohan's doing by far the most damage. It's better to buff Lohan. So we need like support set on her, even with the potential downtime or awkwardness with it. And then we need Noblesse on Rosaria. And then more ER on Eons on. So Yeah. There's a lot of, and then again, I kind of, even then I don't know. Like, C6 Eonson's a difference maker, but is there an alternative to Eonson? Do you have a Scophia on your account, actually? I'm assuming you don't. If you have a Scophia, I'd be much more strongly inclined to think we can do it. No Asco. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not against potentially trying, but right now I'm focused on trying to do my own thing right now, so. It's good that, yeah, I got the pellet buffs because Fischl just gained a lot of buffs over time. Yeah. Is there too much damage bonus with Scroll and Gift? No. Damage bonus does not give you diminishing returns. You can have relative loss. You can have relative return loss. You do not lose value from damage bonus. You should put the best buffing sets you have possible. If there's one unit in particular doing vastly more damage, this is basically a hyper carry team. Like, Fischl's doing a little bit of damage, it helps, for sure. But, like, just using the conjunction of artifact sets that buff low as much as possible is definitely the optimal here. That might be a little bit different with a Scophia, where I think a Scophia might deal enough damage. That Golden Troop is probably pretty similar to Tenacity there, but it's probably only similar, not, like, better. But I haven't super tested that for sure. Generally speaking, that's what I've experienced, though, when I find situations like this with teams where Escofia's damage is, like, relevant, but not necessarily so important and you need her on Golden Troop kind of thing. Oh, I didn't. Whoops. I needed to swap to Fischl to refresh the thing.
Lights out. Faster, stronger. Let's by royal decree.
Oh, I forgot to E. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I do not like the position of that. Oh, my stamina is so bad. I'm not doing any charge attacks.
You can't run. Punishment. Controlled breathing. Let's
Don't do it. Ran out of Eonson. Well. Yeah, like I run into issues running. Really? Running out of Eonson buff here. With C6 Eonson, like the duration is a problem. Like not having C6 here matters for this team. So like you need to comparatively, I think, have a better build to make up for it. But again, there's enough wiggle room for my investment with C6 Eonson that I think there's a reality where you definitely can clear without C6 Eonson. But with the build configuration you showed me, definitely not. Dookie. Definitely not Dookie. Holy hell, the god piece for Columbina. Well, technically I don't need ER on my Columbina Albade, but what the fuck? Okay, I really wish that was the other like I would have been much happier if that was the other, even with HP. I would have preferred attack for the other set, but you know. I can't complain. Change your artifacts. This is the artifacts that I wanted to change to. I appreciate the I appreciate it though. I already changed it. I changed it last run. Oh well. That is the artifacts that I wanted, so I'm not upset about that. I mean, I would have preferred that was the Hexer artifacts. That's why I'm actually farming this still. But I'm not upset with getting a potential Columbine upgrade. My current feather was already pretty good with her, though, I will say. So it's kind of got to roll well. Hey, do I have a mod here? I do. Aqua. Want to run a prediction?
Let night fall.
I've been on a prediction binge lately. I don't know why. That was a very bad show player, by the way. Also, can we get Will to win? What the hell? Why was the Will to win so bad? Ew. Oh god, this is terrible. Run a prediction. We'll keep it simple. I don't know exactly how it rolls, so I'm not gonna give you any hints this time because I don't know where it is. I'm gonna have to look at it after the fact. Just, ow. Just prediction is simple. Yes, no. Will this artifact roll a way that like I am happy with? Which means I kind of gotta get an upgrade for Columbina specifically, but it could also just be a weird good off piece, right? So, what's the prediction you want? Yes, no, will the artifact I got roll well? I just got a 4-line double crit high roll ER HP percent Albade Feather. Will it roll in a way that I am happy with? AKA, will it roll well? It doesn't matter the phrasing really. Just yes, no. It's up to me to determine where that line is. Didn't have enough or Eon Sun buff up for that. Getting the timing right for Lohen burst with Eon Sun buff factored in is kind of awkward.
Judgment. Punishment.
No.
Control breathing. Start the midnight fantastic.
You gonna get frozen, bro? Thank you. It takes so long before I can first get frozen. Official expired because of how long it took. So that was weird, and like because he took a little bit longer to activate his shield, it delayed my timings of things a little bit.
Judgment. Shiver. Quick as a flash. Let's wings of darkness.
The only context I died. God damn it. No, don't fail. No, I'm gonna fail. There's no way I get that last little bit. God damn it. I was not focused. I just needed to dodge, yo. Wait. What's the result? The prediction's done. I was gonna say the only context I can give you is that again, my Columbina feather is currently pretty good. So, but there's plenty of other scenarios where that could roll in a way that I'd be happy with. So, only 13% yes. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. We'll see what happens. Alright, sorry, I gotta finish this one run, then we'll level it up. I put 1k down for yes, let's go.
Judgment. Control breathing. Start the
Yeah, I do wish like Hexerai official had like the EM buff for Super Induct, by the way. Like having better alternatives to Yai would be a good thing, essentially. I don't think an EM buff, like if the EM buff applied from Super Induct, not just Electro Charge, although technically you get it sometimes against this boss, for sure, because it puts Electro on itself. Oh, this is terrible. I definitely think there's higher than, by the way, I think there's higher as far as like people voting 13% for yes, this rolls in a way I am happy with. I think there is higher than a 13% chance that this artifact rolls in a way I am happy with. So we'll see. Ow. Don't die. Wow, it's got a lot of HP left.
You can't run. breathing. Let's
And see, that's 60k damage there is what I need to get from the burst. And there's a bunch of times where I've been using the burst and not getting near that. Alright. It's 40-60 now. More people voted yes though. Oh, what? I thought it was already done. I didn't. Okay. Whoops. Alright. Oh, I see. The number of people voted yes, but the amount of points bet. Okay, I see. So it was the point ratio was what was off. That's why. So the people that voted no bet more. I understand. Okay. Alright, we'll level in a second. And okay, that's fine. No Hex or IPs for me. Mel team with Fischl, good for the ball. If you bring a non-cryo DPS team, you are going to struggle a lot more. Have people cleared with like a pyro DPS on it? Yes. You can do something like bring Mawika or Arlecchino. They can be, you can do good enough gameplay wise and do enough damage with them that like Mawika, Seat Lolly, Fischl situation can get you there, or Arlecchino. I have seen a couple people do that. I do not recommend it unless you have to. Like you don't have any cryo or electro DPS option. It has a lot higher res to anything other than cryo and electro, just always. So anyways, claim. Oops. Claim that. Go play my dailies, and then we'll level this piece. But yeah, you don't need to have a superconduct team. Like Lowen is not a unit you should have pulled specifically for superconduct. You could have pulled him expecting to be able to do superconduct with him in the future, but you shouldn't have pulled Lowen specifically for superconduct. Like, it's mostly about having a cryo or electro main DPS and then shoving in electro or cryo offfielder into their team in some form in a way that lets you get pretty decent damage performance still, while also whatever, you know, you get what I mean. It's a pretty restrictive Stygian. I don't think every account is going to have good options for clearing it. Yeah. Not having a cryo or electro DPS in particular is going to restrict your options a lot more. Especially because those non-cryo or electro DPSs that are most likely to be compelling for the superconduct boss are probably also characters that are more viable for the other two bosses too. Like a non-cry DPS, but you might need the non-cry DPS for the non-cry boss. And you might need the Natlan DPSs for the Natlan boss. So it kind of puts things in an awkward state. Right? Where you have to happen to have like an extra Veressa or a Lohen sitting around. I didn't think I did some stuff with Clorind on the boss, but it wasn't easy to clear with Clorind. It was definitely harder to clear with Clorind than Lohen, I'll tell you that. But Clorind Aggravate can clear, supposedly, but I don't think it's easy. You need a pretty good Clorind build, I think. So, anyways. Where's this artifact? Alright, this could be the god of all Columbina pieces here, pretty much. We'll see how it go. Roll 1. It's a low roll, but it's crit. Also crit, that's a high roll. HP. Yes, good. Okay, now weirdly heavy in HP, but not bad. Okay, this is a very good piece. Weird rolls. All in to crit and HP. But that is very good. I'm gonna say, yes, this is a good piece. You can call that. Well, actually, okay, wait. Hold, please. Sorry. 1 second. Just in case, like, it makes a like, in case I'm overcapping or some shit, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Current Feather is this one, which is basically just a weird inverse, where it's heavy in crit damage and it has 1 less HP roll. Now we're flipping that to crit rate. So we do this, right? Like it just has one more roll value. Also, I think the crit rate rolls are higher roll value. What is the crit damage rolls here? Weird piece? Yeah, it's a weird piece. Divided by 4, it's a 6.8 average crit damage roll, so it's definitely high roll average, obviously. 13.2 divided by 4. Oh no, this is the lower roll average. So this is a little bit worse CV than I think. 26.4, right? Actually, this is exactly average for what it's worth. It was 3.3 average. This is literally the exact average you expect 4 crit rolls to be. So, you know, but 33 CV, but 3 HP rolls versus, I mean, it's basically the exact same CV. So versus 34.2. This has literally 0.8%. It has less than 1% more CV. So unless this does come down then to what is a better balance of stats in my mind. Okay. Honestly, we'll get rid of this now. I don't need this piece. There's the reality of this piece is relevant. It rolls all HP and crit, and now I have a piece that rolls all HP and crit. So, it probably means I swap a different piece around. Honestly, you know what it means? I think so. Okay, so first of all, with the just 1-to-1 swap. 38k is a Hydro Goblet, Bina, by the way, just in case anyone's not aware. Hydro Goblet is actually barely worse than HP Goblet, and I have a very, very good Hydro Goblet. So, also I'm using an HP Circlet too, which again balances things out quite well. So anyways, this is obviously an extremely good off piece, but I do have just this piece sitting around here. Like, it has one less crit value roll, right? What is the average on this? 31.9 divided by 5. This is very average as well. Okay, so a little bit lower like roll values overall. And, you know, swap an HP for an EM, which is definitely, EM is worse than HP, but not like insanely so. So maybe I swapped to this, and then I swapped to an off-piece timepiece, right? So right now, just 1-to-1 swap, we're looking at a little bit under 38,000 with a 93 crit rate. This is with her passive triggered 222 crit damage build. Versus 700 more HP, and I'm overcapped, so definitely want to swap something. I don't think I have another HP timepiece, so that's on set. So this does indeed mean that I do a different off-piece. So first check off-piece flowers. Maybe I have a 5 roller that's a little bit of the inverse, but I don't, I mean I have this, I guess that's true. But this piece is an onset and not that much worse, so I feel like I can get a better amount of stats by doing an off-piece timepiece. So I think I'll use this. I do have this. No, it's not really fundamentally different though. I mean, that's interesting, I guess. Yeah, it is interesting. A tiny bit less crit damage. Okay, this would be interesting. So we'll check 2 contests. We'll check this one, and then we'll check this one. But then, well, actually, okay, first, so onset timepiece with this flower. 40,200 HP, 73 crit rate. So, you know, a little less crit rate than I had before, but a lot more HP functionally. And a little bit less crit damage. Whereas this, so before, first of all, before switching to an off-piece timepiece, it's still about 1,000 more HP, but now we're like a little bit less crit rate, but otherwise very similar. But I can do an off-piece. And I have this off-piece. I actually remember wanting in the past. I remember getting this when I was farming. I actually got this piece like when farming bosses, whatever. I remember wanting to use this in Columbina, but I didn't have good enough other pieces to make it work. I think this is the piece that makes it work, actually. Right? Yeah, I mean, a little bit more crit damage, more and more crit rate roll, and I get some bonus flat HP. Well, I had flat HP on the previous one. So, 1,000 more HP, we're at the same crit rate. This is not a significant gain. This is not a significant gain. I believe this is just like 900 more HP with the same crit value as I had before. But it also frees up that very, very good off-piece flower, right? So let's real quick. So Crash to Good Sands, rip. That was a side grade? No, this is an upgrade. So we're at 37,794 and 122 EM. 78,222.9. If we swap back quick. This is how min-max builds go, guys. When you get really good builds, you end up having a really good artifact that becomes a minor ass upgrade. Wait, this is a side grade. Wait, I thought it, wait. No. Okay, this is a side grade. Is it an upgrade? Is it an upgrade because of the EM roll? Oh my god, that's really funny. I think it's an upgrade. I think I'm going to call it, yeah. So, okay. 37,969 HP. With 99 EM, 78.6 to 22.9. Versus... Go to the onset. And go to the offset. And go to the new feather. We have basically the exact same HP. We lose like 100 flat HP. Ooh. It's basically the same fucking build, but it has the EM roll. This is a side grade for Columbina, but I free an off piece. So because of the fact that I free an off piece for her, and honestly the fact that I could throw this away, I don't need to throw it away, but it's going to be a consideration. Actually, wait, technically this should be leveled first. Before I figure that out. Because I kind of don't need the crit rate in this as badly, because another scenario, right? Oops. Is using this and using this. Because like, how much are we overcapped? We're overcapped. We're only barely overcapped though. Well then, yeah, that's awkward. I don't know. Weird. Long story short, I consider this a good thing. It is an upgrade, but a very minor one. A very minor one. I consider it an upgrade at minimum because of how relevant this piece is as an off piece for other characters. Like, this is like the best off piece feather in my account for an HP scaler or an attack scaler, right? Or Dia, who uses both. And also, yeah, that's true. That's true. The ER roll, while not significant, is not nothing. The reason I say it's not significant to me is because I don't care about ER on Albeid. So if I care about ER, I'm using Serenade on Bina. If I care about maximizing Bina's damage, it's with Raiden Benefa, where Raiden is fueling Columbina's energy. That I don't really need ER, but it also isn't bad to have still. Like, it actually will probably very minorly help. Because right now, if I go fight the dude, what's it called? The dog in Stygian. The strat that I found for routing is to like get the refunded energy particles from doing lunar damage on the dog's shield, catch them on Columbina, and she almost completely gets her energy back, but not 100% completely. I have to wait for like one Hydra particle, I believe. This one ER roll might technically make it that I don't have to wait for one energy particle. So in that sense, it might be the most minor of minor upgrades. And then secondarily, this also, I think, allows for a little bit more min-maxing around... cook that. This allows for a little bit more min-maxing around crit variance. Where instead of this heavy crit rate timepiece, I could go a little bit more RNG and equip this instead. Which honestly, I think I will. Why not? This one looks more attractive. Less HP again, but 773. Yeah, let's equip that for funsies. More EM, a little bit less of HP, like, so I'd sacrifice HP for some, flat HP for some EM roll. Side grade only exact same stats. I mean, I was very, very close to the exact same stats. Like, Columbina's damage is not meaningfully different there. It would basically be impossible. Like, that, I would have to go and do the spreadsheets, and I couldn't even, like, see the difference in the damage dummy. It was, like, the difference there. The only real difference that could be maybe noticed is probably the ER roll. But I do think, at a minimum, the value of being able to gain more flexibility from the build with off-pieces and freeing up, like, the best off-piece flower I have. Like, this flower has been used as an off-piece on Lanyan at times. It's used all the time. When I can do an off-piece flower, I use this on mini characters. So it not being stuck to Bina to make Bina's build be rounded out is really good thing. That this is a very good feather to get. And in theory, if I do just stick with the permanent timepiece as an off-piece for my Aube build, I don't really have a reason to need this. I'm actually going to star this, not because I need to reroll it, but I'm gonna star it as a maybe throw this away in the future. Because, like, it's not bad, but I don't think I need it anymore in the future. Okay, there's one context where I could use this still, and then I do an HP goblet instead of a Hydro goblet, for what it's worth. So, yeah, something like that, whatever, right? I have a few different options for HP goblets, of course. So, yeah, maybe that one. I don't know. Maybe that one. Actually, that's even more Curate. Even more Curate. I don't need more overcap Curate, so actually not this one. That would be dead stat. You get it, though. So again, the build flexibility gain at minimum is significant enough that this is a meaningful game. So, I guess I should keep this timepiece because of the goblet situation. So, yep. I'll go this, though. Because how can I not try to use my 5-roll HP timepiece with an EM roll, even as a bonus? Hydro Goblet can be better for main DPS Bina because most of the damage comes from Lauma. That's true, yes. Like, with Lauma, yeah, Hydro Goblet literally just kind of better. Especially if you're doing main DPS Bina with Durin, because you can actually, like, I strongly feel that, like, Lauma, Durin, Columbina... What did I use as the last slot? I forgot. I can't even remember who I used. Oh, I used Emily, I think. Yeah. So Emily, I think, is relatively optional. I think you got some flex options there. But Lauma... Main DPS Bina with Lauma, Durin at a baseline... is, I think, by far the most fun I had, and Hydro Goblet is definitely relevant there, because you get some really big forward vaporizes on Columbina. It's a little bit more awkward to play, because you have to, like, weave in some normal attacks on Columbina for extra Hydro to get the Bloom resource generated, the whatever they're called, the Lunar Dews. But visually, it's just more pleasing, color-wise, but then you also get really big Hydro Vapes on Columbina. Like, she's doing 50k to like 100k vapes on her skill, and her burst activation get like 200k for me, if I recall. Like, yeah. So, anyways, not that Albait is relevant, to be clear, for that context, because you're doing on-field Bina, but you get the point. Hydro Goblet, good. I guess we're doing a run with Bina quick, because how could I not? I don't think I'll beat this time immediately. This is an optimized clear. Again, this build is not substantially different. Enough, like, she has a little bit lower crit right now because I put her on that little bit more imbalanced timepiece, but I don't know. For min-max builds, more often than not, especially with the off-fielders, you know, like, Columbina's main damage output for her lunar damage here is hitting 3 times. So we're rolling a, like, also she takes time to build up her crit rate stacks anyways, but in sustained rotations, we're rolling like a 88% chance times 3. This you can easily optimize around 88% crit rate with Columbina's most of Columbina's damage. Obviously, she does Hydra damage too, but anyways. What DPS your Lohan team is doing? When I measured it, it's easily solid like 80k sustained on the DPS dummy. Its DPS in practice, I believe, is ahead of that against this boss because it biases towards like some super things and whatever. But not like massively more than that, obviously. So it's around 80k, basically. I think it was actually a little bit higher than that if I was playing well and whatever, but how you route the boss and optimizations against this boss matter more than the DPS dummy, so 80k-ish is enough to say. And that means I think, like... So I mentioned a mob earlier, I don't know if mob's still here. If you're trying to like go measure this on a DPS dummy, if you're not getting like... I don't know. If I can do 100-second clear, it means you could, in theory, beat this with like, you know, more than 10% worse DPS, but like, I don't know, 60k seems sus. So like, if with low end of this exact same team, you are getting 70k DPS, I think that can clear this thing, but it's much harder. If you're doing 60 to 65k DPS, which is probably more likely where Mob's team was located, without reconfiguring a lot of things, I don't, like, it might be able to clear, but really hard kind of thing. Hi, Mob. So, yeah, I don't know. That's my vibe if you want, like, DPS relative metrics, but again, this is just relative metrics. The optimization against the boss can matter a lot in practice in ways that you can stretch the limit, and I don't know what the limit exactly is, but I feel like trying to get a sub 100-second clear is around the limit that I think is reasonable. And that's with a really good low-end build and ideal combinations of artifacts on everyone else, and a C6 Eon's on, right? So I reconfigured everyone if you want to check. I don't need to. If you want to go do a DPS check and let me know if it gets like 70k though, I would be willing to call it that it's possible it might be clearable, assuming like Eon's has enough energy and everything at least though. And Fischl hopefully has an okay build. But if you go and test it in the DPS dummy and you tell me it has like 50 to 60k, I'm just gonna say no. It's not even worth bothering at that level. I don't think there's a reality where I could even clear that. Is there a reality where Bote could clear it? Maybe, I don't know, because Bote can get 2 extra charge attacks every rotation out of Lohen. But, you know. Let's see what happens here. I guess I could reconfigure it. It's still loaded, or recheck. That's a little bit better balance around cryo resonance. That means your low-hand build might be there. It's a little bit low crit rate than I prefer, but it's still should be fine. You can optimize around that. It's not the end of the world. Well, I shouldn't say you can. With low-hand, you can't really. Low-hand having crit rate rolls is directly... Well, I don't know. What's the Rosaria build? 47 to 15. Okay, so Rosaria is buffing crit by about 8% with cryo resonance, so... so add 20 plus 16 plus 8, we're adding 40. It's actually kind of, it's fine, never mind. It is fine. Rosaria's buff isn't always up, like, with particularly good uptime, especially with the non-C6 Eon Son, because we're definitely not snapshotting without C6 Eon Son. So, yeah, no, the crit ratio is fine, though. It's still a little bit lower on attack than mine, but like this low hand build is in the territory where, especially with an R4 versus R3 Jade Spear, there's a little bit of extra attack too. This low hand build is in the territory of pretty similar enough to mine that I think the low hand build is not the weak point here. Official build low on crit damage, but it's probably good enough. A little bit lower than attack percent than mine. So yeah, this comes down then to Eon's on, I think, over anything else. You might need a tiny bit more ER on Eon Sun. By the way, I hate to regret doing it for you. The reason I say that is because I had to put a tiny bit more ER on Eon Sun. I needed 207. If I had one less ER roll, she didn't get her energy. Can you squeeze out one more ER roll without an ER timepiece? That annoyed me too, so I understand. But yeah, Goblet has no ER, just need one. Yeah, I don't know. You can still go test the DPS dummy, turn on max ER, and see what happens. Have you seen this? Assuming Widzith 2 E's per rotation. Oh boy. Copy link address. Oh boy, Twitter. Boop-a-doo. How hard? Oh, is stellar swirl damage actually relevant? Interesting. I mean, yeah, why are they using Widzith? You should redo the calc with sac frags on Lanyon. Widzith can only get close to competing with sac frags for DPS Lanyon. In very specific scenarios. Min-maxed around, I'll just say specific scenarios. So anyways, spreadsheeting is weird, but anyways, also they assume double VV, which is interesting. Also, well, you don't get. Oh no. Sorry, you don't get the cryo red shred from the traveler anymore. So that makes sense. Never mind. I understand that. They're probably assuming C6 Lanyon has 2 E's every other rotation. Did they? Here, let me copy this. Close it. Rotation nodes 80% cryo res uptime. You can probably get 100, but whatever. Because you should have the time to do an extra. Well, maybe you don't. I don't know. R5 Widzith average to 2 rotations. Yeah, I don't know how many E's they were assuming on Lanyon. But yeah, Lanyon does damage, guys. Okay, cool. God, imagine Lanyon gets a buff. That's what that should tell you. If Lanyon gets a buff, oh boy. Oh boy. So, yeah, okay, cool. I guess that means the vortex damage is doing much more than I thought it would be doing. I blame Zajeff. I'm pretty sure Zajeff counted the vortex damage as dookie, but Zajeff does Zajeff things and he analyzes from a boring ass context of like, oh, it's not doing 50% of a 200k DPS team, therefore it's dookie. Whoops, I meant to turn on cat cam. Sito Odette for Lanyon. I mean, Mitsu might be funding Alyosha. Look at this nugget. Look at this adorable creature. Jumped in my lap and then just does this. To be clear, Mitsu funding in exchange for services. But yeah, so assuming C2 R3 Cryo Traveler, C6 Farazon, C6 Lanyon. Even, yes, even with C6 Lanyon, but C6 Lanyon does help make Widzith have more scenarios where it can compete. There you go. Anyways, that's interesting because like, they probably are assuming a worse Lanyon build than I have, by the way. Instructor as far as on is an interesting assumption too. That probably is DPS positive, but yeah, all right. I'm down. I'm very down with this. I'll try to remember this for the future. Oops. All right. Mitsu need a dire done. I don't think Mitsu's goal is dire, but just like kind of general account prep and refinement of things. I got 65k testing my phone. Okay. Like, so my vibe is accurate then. It might be very, very borderline feasible, but like, yeah, I don't know. Again, you're on your phone too, so like maybe if I went on there, I got 70k. And again, 70k is my line of like, 70k might be like as difficult as I am trying to do with 100-second clear. So like, I don't know. I'm not against trying, but I don't think I want to right now. We'll probably do a viewer Stygian stream tomorrow or Tuesday, by the way.
Defensive mode engaged.
You're leaving, cat. Bye.
Absorption test.
Did I not get the... I didn't catch the particle on field. Okay. Second dropped to 65k for some reason.
Shine Insulation chamber deployed.
What? I'm not catching the particle from it. God damn it. Okay, I guess let's just sucrose early then. Forgot what I did for the start of this fight, I guess.
Defensive mode engaged. Stay clear.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I had to wait slightly longer before, so it is that one ER roll does make a difference here, I would say. Not a massive one, but it does make one. Should have fallen meter first. I don't know why I swapped the golem meter there. Did I? Yeah, I did get mass stack. Sorry, I had to check. Boop.
Shine down. Now you shall perish. Insulation chamber deployed. Annihilation mode. Surge.
I do not have max stacks and staff. If you play this team optimally, you can manage max stacks and staff Scarlet Sands. I don't think I'm getting a sub 90 second clear. That's the main optimization, but oh well. It's just balancing BB uptime with stack uptime on staff. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it would do that. Yeah, it actually took a decent bit of optimization to try to get a sub 90 clear, because it's very breakpointy, as you can see. Like, this is the most common circumstance, just have a little bit of HP, and then it goes into second shield phase, and then it's just minus 10 seconds. So, yeah. Even a team that, like, it's just mostly off-fielders doing the damage, you have optimization for. Crazy, I know. But no, that dynamic is part of why I actually enjoy this team as much as I do. Because balancing ride and field time relative to VV uptime and staff of Scarlet Sand stacks on a Nefa is enjoyable. It's a very good balance for me. The only balance I'd like more is I think if I had C2 Raiden, Dire might become doable. Might. And then I think although amusingly as far as the Columbina build goes, I think the ideal becomes Serenade Columbina with Raiden on the DPS artifacts instead of Albade Columbina. So maybe that's a reason not to care about C2 Raiden, because I'll be honest, I don't know what purpose I have to use Albade on Columbina very often, if not with that team. So all those artifacts don't matter at all. Did you manage to get sub 100 clear? No, not yet, unfortunately. I did replicate, or I got a 103 second clear last night after I was done streaming. My first attempt today on stream just a little bit ago, I had an attempt at the first half was extremely good, and then the Pokeball in the second shield phase fucking just managed to... it was in Rosaria Burst, and then it moved around and just managed to avoid the timings for Rosaria's Burst for some reason. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this enemy when it applies Hydro to itself. For that, so that's a little frustrating, because I think that actually, I almost got it earlier.
Shiver! Quick as a flash! Let's... Midnight Phantasmagoria! I summon it!
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Lights out. Faster, stronger. Oz, reveal.
Struggle all you want.
Oh, damn it.
Shiver. Controlled breathing. Let's...
As you wish, Main Foil. rest. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Don't kill me.
Now's our kick.
Okay, official gone.
Punishment. Faster, stronger.
Trim. I won't do it. Like lambs to the slaughter.
No, that wasn't bad, but obviously not quite at where we need to be. The shield break was quite a bit too slow. Why the extra field time official to trigger the artifact set and to snapshot properly. To be clear, I don't think the extra field time in the second shield phase is necessarily optimal, but it does change how much break damage the enemy takes. So like the first shield break is, I'm like 90% positive it's worth it to spend longer on official, particularly because waiting to activate official anyways actually times out. It lines up with when the timings of the freeze happens in the first shield phase pretty well. In the second shield phase, I think the ideal situation is actually doing a little bit less damage to it and just breaking the shield as fast as possible. So less self-break damage, and then more time to actually just do direct damage to it. And lining up damage windows with its down phase specifically. But you need to trigger the artifact set, and so like losing one rotation in the second shield phase where you don't have the artifact set and don't have official snapshot is not that big a deal. But in the first instance where you official burst, you definitely want to hang longer on it because it makes a massive difference for the amount of damage Lohen will deal. Because you are bursting on official right before it goes down, which is when a very large portion of the total damage that Lohen can deal to this boss is in that first down phase. And so not having like as much buffs up as possible is really bad. That wasn't great.
Controlled breathing.
What? I fucking pressed Q. Ugh. I thought I was too far forward when I did that. I backed up into that somehow. Decent.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Out of Rosaria range is really freaking annoying. Definitely not maximized burst damage potential. I think it's going to do an earlier shield here. Okay, like here, I don't think it's worth it. But I still have been trying to experiment a little bit with it.
You can't run. Lights out. For first. By royal decree.
Butthole. Oops. That was a 104. That was a 104 and I flubbed up on my charge attacks a little bit there at the end. Probably should have used a skill earlier too. That was a mistake, but it's like choosing when to use the first skill to balance the current will to win relative to, you know, getting the passive triggered is a little weird. Sub 100 of that burst it, yeah, it could have been. This one was fairly close. I think the limit that I could clear is probably, like, that limit is possible, sorry, not the limit that I could clear, is probably actually like 95. I'm not kidding. With how good that I saw that first damage window go, I think the individual components of when I've seen everything go ideally, plus the knowledge that like you can get extra charge attacks out of Lohan that I'm getting because I'm not a Bote level player, means I think 95 or even less might be doable. But my target is sub 100, and I know I could do sub 100. So I'll try a couple more times, and we need to go into polearms only. Also, fuck, I'm not recording. Good thing I didn't just get it. Because I want to put this in a super low-end video at this point. This is what I want to cap off the video with. Be like, here you go, this took 5 hours. I showed you a 102 second clear that took me only 30 minutes. Here is a sub 100 clear that took me 5 hours. Why? Because I wanted to. But no, I think like I want to have something in the video that communicates how like when I initially tried this team and like didn't optimize it, it was like, you know, just kind of barely cleared. And then as I optimized it more, I got a lot more wiggle room, such that like I went from like, you know, not clearing initially to now I can consistently clear as long as I don't die. Right, like, it's not a question at all of clearing outside of the living. No, I should not have done that. Oh no, it's still targeted, okay.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I'm waiting this one out because it was moving and I wanted to reposition anyways. I'm switch my character?
You can't run. Shiver. Control breathing. Let's by royal.
Oh, I'm waiting 2 seconds because of the time delay on the... Yeah, I'm not surprised. I ran out of buff. My bad. A little bit of misplays there. Maybe shouldn't have done a long facial burst. I thought it might have been the correct decision, but it wasn't. You have a ball clear with a super duck set? Yes, I did it with this team. I did a super duck clear with this team with super duck set. I also did a clear with yesterday I did a clear with stringless instead of Skyward Harp unofficial. I believe that I did that my like first or second try. So like there's wiggle room here on my account. After I figured out the general flow of things. Strongbox gonna get updated. It probably will, but we don't have for sure confirmation. Boy, you're moving a lot this time. What the hell?
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Let's fight. Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run. Punishment. Form first. By royal
We run stay.
Actually, just a face tank that. I think it was ideal, but we'll see.
No fairy tale ending for you.
Quick as a flash. Let's judgment. Shiver. Wings of darkness.
Let's fight.
You can't run. Punishment.
I could have probably broken there, but I don't think it would have been ideal. I purposely tried not to. Stash. Why did that do so low damage? Did I run out of Eon's on buff? God damn it. I really wish Lohan's... I'm pretty sure Lohan's burst does not snapshot Eon's on. I died at the end. I'm pretty sure Lohan's buff does not snapshot Eons on. Tell you why. And I really wish it did. Like, because the burst animation lasts a while, so like, you know, if I'm using it towards the end of the rotation, to replace an E, like the burst expires during the animation, and like the damage, even after the animation is done, takes a little bit to play out. So like the initial hit might have a buff, but then I think the follow-up hits don't, because I don't think there's any like stat check. Like, I wish they did that more often, where like characters on their like burst cast use the stats on their burst cast. But no, timer has to roll, so you get punished on every fucking level for using your burst. This is why I tend to hate 5-star bursts. Like, come on. Like, optimizing on this shit just feels dumb sometimes.
You can't run. Stronger. Start the...
Let's fight.
And charge attacks would be buffed without C6? I don't know. So, having no snapshot and Eons on buff, that was a little weird. Why are you over here, you asshole? God damn it, it should be down by now, but whatever. I guess it's fine. I don't. Is that close enough to? I think it is. Yeah. Why did I not burst? I don't know. We'll do my first burst here.
You can't run. Punishment.
Yeah, I need stamina.
Midnight Venta. Let's fight.
No, that hit me.
On my Oz, reveal thyself.
Leave none stay. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like leaders to the slaughter.
That was decent. But yeah, so like without Eons on C6, the thing that I would have to test is whether or not it's even worth the snapshot on official. Not snapshotting on official means less will to win for Lohan, which seems like a problem, so I feel like it probably is still worth it, but I also don't know for sure, because snapshotting official takes away meaningful time that could be time for buffing Lohan. So I don't know what the net gain would be. You might just take the L on worse will to win in exchange for more uptime on Lohan. So it might be that you go Rosaria into official into Eonson, or official into Rosaria into Eonson might make more sense to make sure you can trigger scroll properly. So alright, you should log in more often. That was a great run for how poorly it started. Yeah, when I'm not constantly yapping and things, I do tend to play a little bit better.
Stronger. Let's
fight.
Judgment.
I've been trying to feel through. There's some subtleties to like
On my
trying to
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
there we go.
I will choose. Bet you weren't ready for this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, burst.
Still in the impression.
You can't run.
Okay.
Lights out.
There's some subtleties to when you time certain things on Lohan. Sorry, that's not even what I was saying. I'm just focused. Really? Okay, I guess it's fine. Do this.
Shiver. Faster. Stronger. Start wings of darkness.
Get back over here.
Leave none stay.
are
Oh,
getting
Rosario almost just insta-die. That's really funny.
on my by Royal.
Let's fight. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Ah, so close. It's so far. Wah.
Stronger. Let's get
Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously not hard for me to beat it, but you can see how, like, the little subtle variances here can cause a pretty big swing in clear time. Like how many super conducts you get in the shield at certain points. Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. The subtleties of knowing when Lohan applies cryo, like, faster early on. So, like, trying to balance the amount of normal attacks you do for triggering official C6, because that's more electro application, because we need electro to happen in order to trigger super induct to break the shield faster. But then also Lohan's cryo application slows down at a certain point, so I need to know when to time his skills. And usually I just pay attention for, like, right after when a super induct happens to make sure I'm, like, using a skill at a couple times, but also charge attack can do the same thing. But Lohan's ICD is kind of weird, so. Can we look at the 102 second recording again? Sure.
stronger. Start the
After this attempt. You know.
Lights
Okay, that was obviously better.
breathing. Let's
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Interesting. So we have less... Again, this might not even be ideal, because we have less time to take advantage of the down phase here. Where's my will to win? Why? What? Okay, see, I feel like something's borked on the server sometimes with will to win. Because, like, Official was doing full damage there, and I wasn't generating will to win very quickly. I saw Official critting, but I don't know. Maybe maybe it was outside of... I actually wasn't... Was it outside of Rosario's range? That might have been why. What the 105 second? What the hell? That's weird.
you can't run. Shiver.
Okay. Not to say bad, just weird.
Let's wings of darkness.
I will.
We should break this before Lohan's field time is even done. Told you.
All you want.
Freaking weird. What the hell is this?
Quick as a flash. On by Royal.
We've none stand. Bet you weren't ready for this. Now watch it. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Maybe there's a reality where that was a sub 100 second clear with
Stronger.
a little bit more damage during the shield break phase, but it's weird. Like,
I won't judge.
oh, no, you're gonna die. There you go. Oops. Exit. We should do poems only. Recordings. Do I still have it open? No, I don't. Okay, let's see. Not that. Is it this? Otherwise, no, that's from a live stream. That's from okay. What? Where the hell is this? Where the fuck is this? How many goddamn clips did I record the other day? I think I found it. Okay. Need to organize my files. Why the hell did I record so many clips yesterday? Fuck. Ugh. Okay. There we go, I found it. Let's just do display capture for simplicity.
The best rattan furniture is made from strands that are smooth, thin and
And
strong like silk. Furniture like that
We're gonna
can
listen
be
to Lon
just
Yun
as
Yap in the
precious as
background.
a silver family heirloom. That's no exaggeration.
Alright. See if we can learn anything from this. 5, yeah.
Step aside. On my Oz reveal.
N3, N3 dash, yep. So yeah, just focusing on mostly on normal attacks to start, which I think is the ideal. And then doing a skill after doing some normal attacks, and yeah. And also, this is dodging the attacks too. I didn't take any damage there, right? You can see that didn't... That wasn't like a perfect like thing there, but... I think this is the ideal shield break at about a little bit ahead of 130. Because it leaves the most uptime for the down phase for Lohan. Yeah, there you go. So Lohenber is doing 40k. I think that was some buffs that had fallen up, but decent enough. Right, Snapshot Rosaria there. I need to mess around more with that. Like, I can't get a strong vibe of whether snapshotting Rosaria is ideal or not. And yeah, I was trying to manage. Like, obviously the damage in this phase matters a lot. Okay, yeah, I was snapshotting Rosaria, so maybe I need to just do that more. But you can't do that with a non-season. It was Eon's on for sure, so...
Oh, my plan for the day?
I'm pretty confident you don't snapshot Rosaria in the very last rotation, though.
Same with tomorrow.
But did I do it? Did I do a fast shield right here? No, okay, I did stall it out a little bit. I broke right at 31, seems like. Yep. So first shield breakout was at 131, second shield breakout at 31. And then, yep, did burst. Yeah. Yeah, one. There you go. Will to sub 100, yeah. I wasn't even that excited by it because I'd only gotten the 104 seconds slightly earlier. I was on a roll with... I was on a roll with getting clear improvements. So it didn't impress me much. No, gotta go poems only. My best clear that I can't replicate for 4 hours. Or, well, I got a 103. I mean, that's basically the same. That's like... Could be less. 103 versus 102 could literally be less than a second difference, just in like how the timer rolls over, right? So, but it's not sub 100. Both bursts had full will to win. Oh no, I know that. Like I am not bursting unless I have full will to win for sure. Like the burst is way less worth using if you don't have full will to win. That's like part of the awkward optimization in like. I need to like do a skill relatively early on to trigger his passive to make his normal charge attacks do more damage. And ideally having more will to win for that matters. But don't like not the end all be all there, but do lose damage. And then after that, it usually takes like 5-ish charge attacks to be able to have full will to win again. But then it's possible that I could be running out of Eon's on buff. So, anyways, return your 3. You got 3k points today to make you build Xin Yan. Tell me there's 2 people that are gunning for the 500k for Xin Yan. I guess I'm building Xin Yan at some point in the future. Why do so many people want me to build Xin Yan? It's very odd. Very odd. By the way, meanwhile, on this account, a higher DPS team than that team can't clear Fearless difficulty because no fucking Electro options. Yay! Yeah, yeah, and no Hexerai options. Yay! Thanks, restrictive team building, races and passives. We like races and passives. That's the only thing I don't like about Lohan's kit. Races and passive. Yay. Yeah, we're just farming. Just farming today. Sinyan's the best design in the game. Argue with the wall. I mean, like, kit design? I would disagree with that. If you're talking other design, that's just a matter of preference, and that's fair. I don't dislike her design.
Accelerating. Quick as a flash. Let's heal.
Close your eyes to dust. Observe.
You know, I probably don't need to do the Canvas burst, do I? I think I mentioned that in a recent stream, I just forgot. Ooh, that could actually be a piece for Sino. Finally, the first relevant piece for Sino. Holy shit. I know it's mineral crit damage, but 4-line with crit damage EM and then ER is a nice bonus. Matters far more there. So, wow. And it's when we get to the 1200. It took 1200 resin to get one good piece. Wow.
Do your work. Stronger. On my mark.
I don't even know why to do that extra E. Well, we'll try it. Try extra E. Yeah, okay. And then I'll try an attempt here without the extra E. But then that means... You think that... we'll see. We'll see if I have to do... The question is, do I need the fab particles from Candace before I switch to Eon Sun? I don't know. Alright. How are we activating Stellar Sino on this account? With the Sarita.
Cleanup sequence in Step aside. Let's
Be silent. Observe. Night falls.
Hmm.
Close your eyes.
I know it's faster. Yeah. Hopefully. I will be really fucking annoyed if the Sarita has the most I am a polearm user ass showcase on her reveal in this fucking game, and then doesn't have a goddamn polearm. I swear to God if she's a fucking catalyst unit.
control breathing. On my
Be silent.
Every single sign is pointing to... Where's your damn energy? Oh, it's because there's no Hydra, so you don't get energy. God.
hear my grip.
Okay. What a character. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If there's anything that can end polearms only, it would be me preparing for the Sarita being a polearm unit, because she's very clearly shown as a polearm unit. They're releasing craftable weapons that seem like they make a lot of sense for probably a Sarita style character with some pretty easy hypotheticals we can imagine her kit being like. And so if she's not, she's premium bond of life support. So if she's not a fucking polearm unit, that could be the main thing that ends my interest in continuing polearm. Holy shit, we got 2 Sino artifacts today. Oh my god. Oh my god. That could be the thing that ends my interest in polearms only. If, like, they're buffing units, and it could be sweet to be able to get revitalization from these units, but then they arbitrarily don't release units that actually allow me to use the character kits, that's going to just suck balls. Or watch the Sarita not have a stellar linchpin for lore reasons, and then she doesn't enable the reactions. That'd be the same shit, by the way. I would be so fucking mad. So, yeah, anyway, we'll see. But I am, at present, planning on preparing for that. Like, my current plan, assuming we don't have a surprise, I don't know, the guard lady is a... I mean, wasn't she holding a sword? At least with the Vesna, is that her name? As long as she's not like a fucking Animo Swirl Polearm DPS. Although I'd rather just Shao got turned into a Swirl, Stellar Swirl DPS, which I think has a non-zero chance of happening, but... I don't know, right? As long as we don't get ganked by a surprise unit, my plan is to, after getting Raiden, we'll maybe go for some Aloysia copies, but like, if we get to the point of getting to Pity and we have like a C1, C2, I'm not gonna go Gambit anymore, probably. Like, that's probably enough. And to just, like, assume the Sarita's polearm, and that assume that there's a very good chance Alyosha reruns on her banner, and then I go all in on Alyosha, on her banner, get C2, whatever, get C6 Alyosha, bam, right? So, and then Eat Lua's probably gonna rerun before the Sarita, and I'm gonna not be able to get Eat Lua again. Because I'm gonna have Pity that I want to save, which is the same situation when Eat Lua was here the first time. No, please don't happen again. Or give me, like, I would like to get C2 Eat Lua at least, because even with the, I don't know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's say Eat Lua. I would like to get Alyosha's, like, more than like a few copies of Alyosha. If I could get really lucky, if he runs with Kino, will I go harder on the banner? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. And we'll see what happens with Raiden. If Sabritza is in polearm, nothing is sacred. Yeah, exactly. For rerollers, honestly, both these artifacts might actually be reroll worthy with Sino. Now, should I reroll them now, not knowing for sure that I have an enabler for Sino in the future? No. And therefore I'm not going to. And I'm just going to hoard them for now, because I don't think there's anything I need to reroll that badly. I'm probably going to craft an EM goblet for him. I think that risk is worth taking, since the chance of an EM goblet is incredibly rare, even if I spend the next 80,000 res in that domain. So, we'll check this first, because it's the more, like, one. Oh, thank you for the ×5. Okay. It's fine. Give me some crit, though, please. That's not crit. This artifact is officially mid, unless... It's officially mid. Okay. Well. It might sound insane to some people, but this is a reroll consideration. Not right. Okay. Hey, maybe Sino need that ER. I don't know. This is a reroll consideration because Sino, right, I have Staff of Scarlet Sands. So, Staff of Scarlet Sands plus the artifact set, like, he's starting at, like, 66% crit rate. There's a very non-zero chance on this account that he winds up in a situation where Cryo Resonance may well be active, or might not. There's a good chance not, considering Yosha exists, but I don't know exactly, because there's a very good chance the ideal team for Sino is going to be Alyosha, Escoffier, Sino, Sarita, right? So, you have nothing to farm here, you will get an upgrade. Oh yeah, like, I'm not re-rolling this right now. I'm just saying, like, there's a chance this is my best option for a feathered reroll in the future. But I will probably get a better option in the future. But it's going to be marked just as a consideration. This one, for getting a better option, probably would basically require an attack percent instead of a flat def roll here to be better. Okay. Now the rest into crit damage. Okay. I mean... What? Should we run a prediction? Should we run a prediction? Does it roll into... Does it roll into EM one more time? Is it 100 EM or not? Also, these are low roll values, by the way. This is 5 EM rolls with 89. You can have 89 EM rolls with 1 less EM roll. This artifact already turned into a 3-liner, by the way. That's incredibly low roll values. But everyone will say no, it's 1 in 4. Well, exactly. Actually, no, do 3 options. Okay, do 3 options. Let's run a prediction. Do I have a mod here or do I not? I don't know. If I don't have a mod here, I don't care. I don't care enough. I'm not gonna do it myself. But like, oh hi, Yuri. Okay, do you want to do a prediction quick? Do a prediction and just make this one available for like 1 minute or something. So 3 options: defense, EM, or crit. Statistically speaking, you should bet 50% on crit. So we're not doing a choice for each of the 4 lines. We're gonna make it a little spicy. Because, like, the safe option is, like, go for crit damage. But then you can gambit on EM. The 1 in 4 chance, it's at, like, 100 EM piece. Or, I have no idea, by the way, how good of a stat EM is on Sino right now with Staff of Scarlet Sands. I'd have to go calc it. This might actually be a really good artifact. And it's not worth rerolling if this rolls crit in particular. I think it probably... crit is better. Like, I don't think I want all EM on my pieces, but I don't know. But yeah, defense, EM, or crit damage. Or sorry, not crit damage, just crit in general. So just 3 options. Crit, EM, or defense. To spice it up a little bit. So your safe bet is crit. The best gambit is clearly EM, because it'd be funny to have 100 EM superconduct artifact. And then you got defense to just spit in our face. If it rolls defense, I'll consider re-rolling it. Surely a max crit damage roll, that would be nice. A max crit damage roll could actually round this out to be compelling enough, but those low EM rolls are a little whack. So 89 divided by 5, that's 17.8. Yeah, I believe this. What did it start with? Did it start with a high EM roll? I think it did. It started with 21. I think every one of those EM rolls might have been min roll. Title it? Yeah, what will it roll? Just crit? Yeah, what will it roll? Crit. Defends EM. No more safe betting for mob. Mob's all in on the EM. Good. Mizuki's definitely better with an EM weapon. So I think it depends what you have. I think Nefer's weapon probably is better on Stellar Mizuki specifically. All in on death. All in on death. You only got a few seconds left. This is a very short prediction, so anyone that wants to do it, go do it right now. Oh, there's a lot of points bet on EM right now. There's a lot of people that believe in the quad EM roll. I believe too. I'd bet EM. 100,000 on EM. That was me. 35k. Oh my god. All of your points. What do you mean I do the bad bet and I can't even win big? Would you bet on defense? Or no, oh, you bet on EM. You bet on EM and it's the one that has the most points, the least win. Alright, okay, what's the full stats? Now it's done. So 21% of points win for defense, 33% crit, 46% of points for EM. That's just the point balance, not like the total voter balance. The voter balance is a little bit more appropriate. Although it's still less people voting. There's less people voting for crit than there probably should be statistically, but that's fine. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what it rolls. It's a wackadoodle ass artifact. Crit. And a fucking low roll too. And it's crit rate. Great. The crit betters won. You should have voted safe mob. There you go. Crit 1, Yurei. Sorry, I assume you didn't see it. I can choose the outcome if you want. Certainly a piece. You rigged the odds? Did I rig the odds? How did I rig the odds? Oh no, I lost 10 points. Rip. Yeah, so honestly, whether or not this is worth rerolling depends on how other artifacts go. Frankly, technically. Like, with Staff of Scarlet Sands factored in, he gets enough extra value from EM that I wouldn't be surprised if some EM rolls over some crit rolls could end up being ideal. But, I assume this isn't ideal, so I kind of want to reroll it. Oh, I have an advanced reshape too. Interesting. Fuck. Do we run a calc quick? Okay. Let's do a calc. I think it's worth investigating. We'll do it. We'll assume like Odette, right? We'll pretend Odette instead of like the Saritsa kind of thing. With Aloysia and Escoffier for this account. So Sino Boy, yes, Revelation. It's a C3 Sino. The max talents don't really matter, but there's something. With Stanford Scarlet Chains, superconducting artifact set. Alright. And we'll do Alyosha. You know what? I'll even assume he's on Escoffier's weapon. Esco should definitely be better on Tenacity. It'd be funny. Escoffier might be better on the support polearm. I'll throw it in there. Why not? For the lulz. On instructors. Probably not. Well, no, probably not. No, probably not. Tenacity though, yeah. You probably the support set. Well, I don't know. Depends what the Saritsa does. We'll assume Noblesse. We'll do maximum buffing potential, and then we'll put in Odette. Pretend the Saritsa does something vaguely similar. Who the hell knows exactly what though? No weapon assumption, and assume the support set. Okay. So. What site is this? GI damage calculator.web.app. YouTube people's is in the description. Did they change the music in the Mondstadt? This is the same, I believe. I've spent a lot of time yapping in Mondstadt. I'm pretty sure it's the same. Okay, debuffs, Esco, yes. And then this adds the never mind. Okay. And then Odette, I don't know. We're not gonna do anything there because I don't know. Cryo resonance, I don't know either, so I'm not gonna assume cryo resonance. Okay. We're just checking what the relevancy of EM versus like crit stats are to see how smart or not it is to reroll this piece. It's got such low roll values that I think I'm fine to reroll it, but I'm not gonna go super hard on it. It's just like by the time I actually end up using this set on, I know I'm gonna have plenty of other feathers too, so like I'm not too concerned about using these efficiently. C1 attack speed doesn't really matter. C1, this should be maxed. Or sorry, C2 should be maxed. C2, electric damage bonus. Okay. So that's all done. Teammates, Alyosha. We will assume we have maxed out Alyosha. This might be... Oh, this is... Here, we're going to do... To factor in a nerfed Alyosha. I think level 10 is about the same now. What it is at level 13 pre-nerf. Esco... C1 doesn't matter here. Don't do anything for Odette because I'm not actually going to have Odette. Stuff Scarlet Sands, we assume max, we assume Symphonous, we assume this, we assume this, we assume this, and we assume this. Okay. And now we need to put stats in. So EM, we had 5.8 crit rate. I do need some crit rate, by the way. So, you know, 89 EM. Let's pretend I have, I don't know, a 10.5, 15.5 crit rate here with, I don't know. I'm assuming good artifacts because I'll be able to get them. I'm also assuming EM is going to be the ideal. Attack percent versus EM. Yeah, EM should just be better, not surprising, with how his passive works and Staff of Scarlet Sands. Crit damage. Let's assume 10.5 crit rate there. Sure, let's assume 10.5 here. And 10.5 here. So, And then whatever. We'll assume. Let's be dreamers and assume I get some really good. Not dreamers. I mean, if I'm spending a shit, like I might literally spend 10,000, like or not 10,000, like 80,000 resonance demand by the time the Saritsa comes out. So, like, it's not actually that silly to assume I'd have a really not 200 crit damage, a really good build. So we'll do, sure, 40 CV, 40 CV, really good circlet kind of thing. He has 910 EM, okay. Also one thing to check, tenacity buff, 124,000 stellar, that feels lower than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Wait, I guess I should assume Odette does her buff, because like, sure that the Saritsa buffs some way, right? So, we should assume this. And assume this. But maybe the Saritsa doesn't buff at all. I don't know, right? By 7.3, that flower probably becomes obsolete. Like, what, you're saying I'm going to get a better flower than a 4-line with a high roll crit damage? I don't know that I am that likely to. Reroll it, have another Gamba for mob to lose points to. You put in Pulsar stacks? Oh, no, I forgot. Whoops, thank you. That would make sense, because even one stack, yep, significantly changes those. That explains it. Yep, there you go. I don't know. Sino's application plus Elios is one, like 1, 2, 3. It's probably 3, 4. I'll just put in like, I don't know, 7. 7 feels like a nice middle ground. Might be slightly optimistic, might be slightly pessimistic. I don't know. 7 stacks. 272k at a baseline there. Yeah, switch to attack percent, drops a bit. It's not massively worse though. The fact that this is not massively worse to have attack percent stats versus EM, despite the Staff of Scarlet's Hands, definitely tells me that I don't think EM stats over crit is ideal. Right, so if we turn these, let's go back to 21 EM here. We lose a good chunk of damage, but pretend those were 4 crit damage rolls instead and do 35 crit damage. It's not that much better, I guess. Let's do, okay, 283,600. Go to 28, but then go to 44 here. Okay, crit damage rolls versus EM rolls are almost the same, actually. But it probably just hits a little bit of reduced returns with too much EM. Interesting. So this artifact is actually not that bad other than the low roll values. The low roll values have it at a spot that I'm willing to reroll it once at least. So Ure, while I check some other, I'm gonna tweak some other numbers here. Because I want to check EM circlet too. Run one more prediction. Will it reroll well? I have a 3-stat guarantee. I think I choose double crit, frankly. And then hopefully the non-crit rolls are EM. And the reason for that is because you saw how I assumed 10.5 crit rate, 10.5 crit rate, 10.5 crit rate. It would be nice to have some wiggle room to not need to have perfect crit rate stats, such that, like, you know, and if it rolls heavily into crit rate, that's also fine, because then it gives wiggle room for, like, having no crit rate somewhere else. Like, I assumed every artifact here, other than this piece that I knew the crit rate on currently, had 10.5 crit rate, and we weren't capped. That might be a mistake in the long term, depending on how RNG for other artifacts go, but I don't. This is the first artifact I have, so like technically it's like not strategically smart to reroll until I know what my other artifacts are. Is my point. So just do a yes no. Will it roll better? Yes no. Will it roll better? Frankly, and we'll use this calc to know if it rolls better. By the way, I'll tweak the balance if it if it rolls in a way that overcaps crit rate, I'll like subtract crit rate from one stat and like add crit damage, whatever, right? But like, will it roll better? And so if the number here is higher, that counts as better, right? And we have a 3-stat guarantee for all the rolls going into crit. So this is I don't know what the chances here. I'm not gonna try to mentally weigh it that much. We're gambiting because I'm not that concerned about using that reroll efficiently. Yeah, we're talking better than what it currently is. So it's 89.7. So the number to beat is 272,000 right here. That's what it has to be. I'm going to input the stats, and if it overcaps crit, again, I will... Wait, are we overcapped in crit right now? Why? Because we have 96 crit. Why does the average the same? Oh, does the crit rate not show properly? Oh yeah, I was going to check if Instructors was better technically than Tenacity. I don't know. That's not that big a deal. I mean, I guess... no, it's not really. Okay, sorry. Where the frick...
Work hard.
Where's the artifact side? Oh, stupid. It's in the artifacts, dumbass.
That is
Okay, that doesn't show in the stat screen. Why? Normally in this damage calculator, it shows crit rate, like for crit rate artifact buffs in the stat screen here. God damn it. I guess it says this attacks crit rate, so that's why it says that's what it's fair. Okay, god damn it. I gotta retweak things. Sorry. So we're not gonna beat 272,000. We had to beat a different number. That actually means maybe I do choose EM. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. So like, I mean, that just makes it realistically easier to build him. It makes getting these quality of artifacts more realistic, but it heavily biases towards needing crit damage substats. So I don't know. I'll add like 2 crit damage substats here. So before I choose, the prediction will be the same. Oh, did the prediction already finish? The prediction isn't going to change. It's just will it be better? I just want to figure out what the baseline is here. So if I choose double crit, right, and it rolls heavily into crit rate, that would mean I definitely probably end up being fine or wanting something like a feather that doesn't have any crit rate at all. And like the ideal EM timepiece would have attack percent, right? So like, you know, and maybe no crit rate. So I think I still choose crit because it's like the best starting place. But if I choose EM, right? We started with EM. So let's go back to the starting point. I think this is a 2.7 to start. So this is the starting point for the artifact. If let's say I choose, let's assume the worst case scenario where I only get 2 rolls, and I choose EM and crit damage, and it rolls 21 crit damage, 41 EM. We're at 290,000, right? 289 average. Sorry, we should be looking at the average because that might matter slightly here. Whereas, what is the alternate worst case scenario if I choose crit damage, and we have 21, and it does the same, but a crit rate roll. So, 6 point... No. It's 286,000. So, I should choose EM probably, technically. God, that's weird. 7... 5.8. Doot, and 89. Weird. What's the results? What's the bet? I don't know what to choose. Because it's the first artifact. It's weird to reroll an artifact here. Will it roll better? Yes, 43%. No, 57. Alright.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
I don't know. Frick. I'm trying to weigh what is better. It's impossible to tell. I don't know how my other shit is gonna roll.
Everything is negotiable except overtime.
I think I'm gonna choose crit rate because in the reality this rolls heavy in crit rate. I think that's fine because if we get this weird piece that's biased towards crit rate, then that means like for crafting an EM goblet or an EM timepiece, or what I'm looking for in future, like having a heavy crit rate flower or feather would be kind of nice. In that now I don't need to prioritize getting double crit EM, which is a rarer combination of stats. Now I need attack crit damage. That's a little bit more common substat combination. And it means like I could craft a goblet that's crit damage attack instead of crit damage crit rate, right? If I have enough crit rate and other substats. So I think that's the play. I've decided. But still, for determining the result of the roll, to be clear, we're starting at 287,288 for the average. It is slightly overcapped right now, which is fine. If we get a ton of crit rate rolls, I will rebalance the stats in other ways for the other pieces to try to be fair, because again, we don't have the other pieces. So we have to get a higher number here for calling it. How often does he get those stellar damage, by the way? It's every eye hit, right? So main DPS sign is worse than main DPS EI. Well, on polearms only. That's fine. I don't have the same characters available. Anyways. Oops. I don't even have it selected there. Alright. Reshape. Yeah, if this rolls heavily into defense, it's probably not an upgrade, right? So, like, you know, we were guaranteed 3 crit rolls, but if the other 2 rolls go poopy, you know, we'll see. But it's 1 feather, and the advanced reshape I don't think is needed that elsewhere. If this was the decreed reshape, I probably wouldn't be doing this, but I think this is fine. I think there's a decent enough chance this becomes something that's more relevant for me for balancing my overall stats. Bam. That is deliciously maybe. So the crit rate's about the same. So functionally nothing is different there. But we got... sorry, again, we're looking at 287,200, right? 21 crit damage and 35 EM. It is better, but fucking barely. Barely. It's a much less interesting looking piece, though, honestly. Oh. Did I... No, never mind. Oh. It's so... meh. I almost want to keep the other one, to be honest, because, like... the other one is more funny looking. I think it... So the answer is yes, yeah. So you're right, you can call the prediction. The answer is yes, it rolled better, because it did roll better, technically. But it's so minorly better that I personally think I might keep the EM the heavy EM rolls, because it's just a funnier artifact, I'm sorry. But it is better, technically. But I don't know, like, this is so mid-looking, whereas this is just like, hey, this feels like something special, so I'm gonna keep the one that looks special. What would this have been if it did like another low EM roll? Like if it was a 51 EM, and it would have been more meaningfully better, yeah. So that one def roll kind of soiled it. If it had like a higher crit rate roll value, I'd maybe be more happy. Well, no, that was a max crit roll, wasn't it? Never mind. It was low. It was mid rolls and crit damage, still averaged high. You did say yes, correct? Yes. Anyways, reroll the feather for fun. No. I don't have that many rerollers. I would consider rerolling this again, but I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, you're wrong. I mean, it's not wrong in some ways. It is wrong in some ways. It doesn't know what things I need. It doesn't understand me. I understand me. Anyways. Do it again. No. Well, how many feathers am I gonna get? I don't fuck. Like, the thing is, as soon as I get like a double crit attack percent EM piece, and then there's a non-zero chance that could happen, why am I wasting rerollers on this piece, right? Like let's not do that. That's silly. One was worth it for the gambit, for the fun of it. I'm not too worried about it. Doing another one seems a bit silly. I'm at 192k points for no reason. Yeah. There you go. Have you been winning all the bets, Lito? Is that why? My Yaya's attack stands that have only 5.4 crit damage and 100 EM, and it's the best so far. Nice, yeah. Don't undervalue them EM stats for units like Yaya and Sino that gain additional damage from EM. If it's like on Sandrone, you know, Odette, that's not necessarily the case because they don't have a passive that converts EM to additional damage stats, so... I wish they had changed... Imagine if they had changed Yai's weapon to, like, convert EM to attack. God, imagine. Imagine they made Yai's weapon be the catalyst version of Staff of Scarlet Sands instead of... It converts to stellar damage bonus. Ooh... Like, literally the conversion to stellar damage bonus makes it basically a side grade to Never's weapon. Wow. If they made it have Sino's passive, oh, that would have been such a cool thing for them to do, and it could have actually made it worth it to pull for it. But no, it's not worth it to pull for. If you want a 5-star weapon that's an upgrade over for Yai, don't, frankly, because I think Widzit is more than good enough. Widzit or the Craftable is more than good enough. From the numbers I ran, you're just not getting that significant of an upgrade to be worth pulling for it. Not on this banner, at least. Maybe she'll get a dedicated rerun banner, right? But Nefer's weapon, maybe a little bit more of a consideration, because like that's a big ol' fat stat stick. Gives EM, gives a crap ton of CV. So, yeah. Wondering even star for EM to attack conversion? Yeah. Actually, I wonder how even star compares to the catalyst. I didn't think about that. Especially for main DP, because I was calculating main DPS Yai. But for non-main DPS Yai, I wonder how good even star is. If you do a double EM, maybe even a triple EM build, I don't know. You just need a lot of crit substats. It'd be funny. Because then you're giving attack to Odette and attack to Sandrone or whatever other unit, right? It'd be funny, I don't know. Sacrifice is going to be better than R2 Dawning Frost for Stellar Mizuki. Dawning Frost is the... I guess let's log my main account. That's the Not Cry one, right? How long is Mizuki's charge attack? Because you need to do a charge attack to get the EM, right? As I think it should be better in theory if there's okay uptime on the EM from it. It's super short. Okay, so it's easy to trigger the Dawning Frost passive before you press EM Mizuki. If so, there it is. Do I have refines in this? No. Oh, okay. That's fine. Maybe I'll be able to test in the future. 10 seconds after charge attack hits opponent, EM is increased by 72. For 10 seconds after skill hits opponents, EM is increased by 48. Okay. And that doubles at R5, of course. So, how much better is this than Sackfrags? I mean, without R5, probably not insanely better, but still, I assume the balance of EM, like, this is, even at R1, right, this is, what is this, like, about half the EM of Sackfrags. And I don't think the skill reset really does anything for Mizuki. So, basically, you take half the EM in exchange for 55 crit damage. I'm pretty sure that's net gain, assuming her charge attack doesn't like extend rotation time in too horrible of a way. Is it better than Widzith? Probably, considering 2 of the 3 Widzith buffs do nothing. I would much rather use this over Widzith, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I think I would like that, actually. I didn't actually consider that. It's probably one of our most compelling options, I gotta imagine. Although Aetherlight might be pretty okay too, if you end up wanting her burst. I think the burst is more... No. The burst just... I mean, the burst gives extra swirls, right? On top of the healing. So in theory, it could be worth it. The interesting thing with Mizuki's burst is it's not a DPS downgrade to use ever, because Mizuki, you go into her skill, and her skill keeps happening while her burst is going. So like ER is not a useless stat, and the Stellar Swirl damage, the Vortex damage, so therefore getting more swirls from her burst, triggering that more, could actually be relevant. So it might be non-zero DPS positive. I'm not expecting significantly, but maybe like 5k, 10k, might be optimistic, I don't know. DPS positive to use her burst, depending on investment. So I could see it. This probably, like, Aetherlight in theory I think should be better than Sackfrags because of that. Like, gives basically the same EM as Sackfrags, but then also gives you some ER, so that's a consideration. Otherwise, I don't know what other options other than Sackfrags and Dawning Frost, Widzith. I think nothing. I mean, yeah, then we get into 5-star stat sticks, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, then we just get into 5-star stat sticks. So you got Floating Dreams, obviously should be good. Nefer's Weapon should be very good. Her Sig should be good. See, Lolly Weapon should be pretty good. Yeah. There you go. Oh yeah, the new Battle Pass weapon. I forgot. The new Battle Pass weapon. Well, the new Battle Pass weapon has a poopy trigger condition, does it not? Like, it's a charge attack still, but it's a not very great uptime, right? Gives a lot of crit, which is nice. And also the attack's useless too. And yeah, you get 200 seconds. And then a charge attack needs to happen again to extend it. No, this thing is shit. This thing is shit. For Mizuki. No. Like, 6-second uptime with the other buff doesn't do anything at all, and then you're not doing a charge attack in the middle of her skill. So, it's 6 seconds of uptime for 200 EM. No. Just no.
That's no exaggeration.
Other than for ease of building. I'm fairly confident that the craftable... Well, no, the craftable is attack percent subset instead of EM. Fuck. God damn it, she doesn't have anything other than Sackfrags as a generically available weapon, does she? Sackfrags, Widzith, and then Dawning Frost. Okay. Sack Jade? I guess that's true. Yeah, it's probably a Sack Jade option. So, hey, at the very least, I guess, if you want a Mizuki Battle Pass option that makes her a lot easier to build, that would be a consideration. To be clear, it doesn't scale that well with refines for the EM. What am I doing? It doesn't scale that well with refines for the EM it gives, because it mostly gives extra HP. Whoops. So it's 40 EM at a baseline, 80 EM at max, but, you know. A really big fat crit stat stick. The base attack doesn't matter because she's all EM scaling damage. And hey, you'll make her more tanky. Although it only lasts 10 seconds though, so the 10-second uptime means a little bit of down. Well, that's only the EM. It doesn't fucking matter. This is mostly crit stat stick with a minor bonus of EM. So, yeah. Isn't Jade bad for her? It's the crit stat stick though. Like 30. This is 74 crit value, yo. Like this is 74 crit value. For reference, this is 80 EM, about the same as this with R5. To be clear, I don't think going for refines for Mizuki specifically is super worth it. But let's just, for the sake of comparison, compare an R5 Battle Pass weapon to a limited weapon, as far as the crit value goes. This has the additional 16 CV from the passive, so it's like 100 CV, but or over 100, 104. So we're talking, you know, 30 CV higher, but other than that, it's the same, right? These things are the same. Like, I think that's worth keeping in mind. Other than higher CV, but it should have higher CV as a stat stick that makes sense to use on her. That's my opinion. But like compared to another stat stick, like I don't know, if you have extra Columbino weapon for some reason sitting around. What about this? Well, then I think like Jade might be better, because this is only like 10 crit value higher, but this has 2 extra EM rolls. Like an R1 Jade probably is similar to Nocturne's Curtain Call, right? I have R5 of Nefer weapon and R1 Jade. For you, Shadow, I think Nefer's weapon's better. If you have 16, it's 160 EM, right? So you get 16 crit rate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's better. If you get 160 EM and 16 crit rate, and how does like Jade compare to like an R1 Jade compared to like Seat Lolly weapon? That I don't know. Like I'd have to go like see the value of EM stats versus crit stats on her, but like she's not a crit ascending character, and having free crit to build her on is gonna be nice. So like I would strongly consider this, and it's gonna depend on your artifacts roll. Like if you know when I get Mizuki 17 billion years in the future, I have Nefer's weapon if I want to, but if I want to, otherwise I could use this, of course. Otherwise Sacrifice, otherwise this. But like picking between different crit stat sticks, for example, even Nefer's weapon might come down to what happens with artifacts for me, because I imagine there's a very good chance I would end up using a crit rate circlet with this weapon or this weapon, whereas this weapon should easily enable a crit damage circlet build. And therefore, it literally could depend if I happen to get a crit rate circlet that has perfect substats, or a crit damage circlet that has amazing substat combination for pairing with this, could influence me to choose this over this over this. I assume, though, because of this giving crit rate for free, this is probably what would end up being the best. But, you know, I'd be willing to use other options for sure. Or maybe I'll level up this in the future. I'm new here. How are you? I'm wonderful. Thank you, Verochi. Would you like to see Lohan destroy a boss?
We might.
I didn't let Lanium play her rain line. It's one of my favorite lines. How dare I? Okay. You've joined your Yap, Archon. Yes. I am Archon of Yap. It is a party of 2. Who's the other Archon of Yap? You know who it is.
She's amazing.
It's the way I see 6 Nicole. Yep, exactly. Mizuki going from no purpose to low-key meta is insane. Yeah. I still see a non-zero. Oh my god, I'm getting a phone call again. Apple. Actually, stop. Why? They're not in my context. I'm actually going insane with this problem, by the way. Like, let me go to my phone settings. Go to phone. Phone. Wait, this one left a voicemail. No, they didn't leave a voicemail. Never mind. Maybe it's a real person. I don't know. If it is a real person, leave a fucking voicemail, you idiot. Anyways, let's see. Announce calls. No, that's not that. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Screen unknown callers. Calls from unsaved numbers. Oh, I selected the wrong option. Okay, never mind. Okay, for what it's worth. Okay, I'm gonna read out why I misunderstood this. Okay. This is a classic fucking example of Apple UI being stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, so there's a section called Screen Unknown Callers. Oh, a Humaglorp redeem. There's a section called Screen Unknown Callers in the settings for the phone app. Let alone the typical Apple problem of like having settings that are different in different sections of different places for different things. You know, you got accessibility settings that have some phone settings potentially. You've got the settings section under the application setting in the settings app that have different phone settings. And then you can have some applications, I don't know if the phone app does. No, actually it does have some, but they're like toggleable things. That the phone app itself, like actually in the app, has some settings that you can toggle. So like, fuck off with that, Apple. Can you at least keep things in one location? But anyways, that's not the problem here. This section is in the application settings. Go to apps, then phone, and there's a bunch of phone settings, including for screening unknown callers. And the screen unknown caller settings has then 3 options to select. And in like white highlighted bold letter, so this is like the thing you're meant to see. It says never, ask reason for calling, and silence. And my brain interpreted never as like never ring, because when I was looking for it, I was looking for like never ring. So my bad. I chose the literal opposite one I wanted. That would have been obvious if I read the text below that, which says more like what it actually means, which is fair. But like they described it wrong. Okay? They didn't describe it wrong necessarily. They described it in a way that is accidentally ambiguous. I'm stupid. Anyways, I will take the L on that one. To be clear, the reason the original setting I had on the first place was ask reason for calling, and then I switched it accidentally to the don't screen calls at all. It's not weeks. This was only 1 week of this. Only 1 week. I changed this setting like last week. Okay. The original, the spam callers getting through the filtering system is still a problem, but that's because I had it on the ask reason for calling setting. And like, there's also supposed to be, there's a separate setting also for filtering, by the way, and that was enabled and that hasn't been changed, where I had call filtering for unknown callers on, and it's not supposed to like, and spam blocks, and like spammers have been getting through those blocks, both carrier blocks and Apple blocks for that, for call blocking, call filtering. This screen unknown caller setting is separate from those 2 sections, right? And I accidentally told it to not screen. So I will take the L on that one, but that's only a week. It's not weeks. All the other issues have been separate from this issue, okay? Surely but my complaining about Apple ignoring my setting before was technically a me problem. It's not often I have this problem, by the way. Usually I tend to be the ones that like, you know, my family's like, why is phone not doing, or computer not doing thing that I told it to? And I look at their phone, I'm like, you selected the wrong setting. Look, it happens to everyone, okay? It happens to everyone. Nobody's immune to it, even people like me that are aware of trying to look at those details. I missed it in this instance. I blame Apple's convoluted UI for describing things being inconsistent, but it's fine. I will take the L. The information was technically there. Add human glorp glorp. Remind me after I get this 120 seconds there. 120? No. I cursed it, didn't I? Nice. Go back. It's fine, I guess. No, it's not. It's not getting hit by Rosaria. No. Yeah, that was mostly max damage burst. Early shield. Oh yeah, I should be trying what I did in my 1 or 2 second player. I should be snapshotting Rosaria more. so close, yet so far. Maybe that was a Rosaria snapshot difference. Alright, what's the point then if you can't see it on stream? Okay. I forget, okay? I'm sorry. Look, my brain click go live and then I'm like, oh yeah, while live I should probably have things like have emotes on screen. But yes, I don't know. But also I think some people prefer the chat being readable on screen. So if you need to be able to read what the things are on screen, you can read them on screen versus what the nonsense happens in chat sometimes with too many emotes. But yes, my common problem is needing to do things outside of my stream to improving my stream, and I forget about them until I stream next. But there you go. Added the glorp emote. Yuma glorp glorp. Wait, did I already have this? No, I don't think I did. There you go. Okay. Alright, let's try snapshotting a Rosario. No one cares about crit DPS Mizuki? You are underestimating how strong... I regret to inform you. A C2 Mizuki might be the strongest Mizuki... might be the strongest Mizuki. A C2... If you happen to have lost your 50-50 to Mizuki, or have the ability to choose a free C2 Mizuki in the future, there is a very non-zero chance that a C2 Mizuki, if you pull Odette, and if you have Yai, or actually not even with Yai necessarily, I think a lot of people are calculating with like Odette, Cryo Traveler, aren't they? So, I don't even know if it's with, I don't know. Anyways, there's a very non-zero chance that your account, if you happen to have a C2 Mizuki, next patch, assuming you get Odette, becomes the best DPS in your account. So, yeah, people care about it. Sorry. Sorry. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Isn't C2 Mizuki Odette CMC 190k in V1? Yeah. But I believe what changed is that Yai was able to be put into a team for her. And I think in V1 we also, or V2, sorry, we learned what was bad. I have Mizuki, I'm getting Odette, I don't care because I just wasted a decree reshape. Oh. I see. My condolences. Yeah. God damn it. I want a better initial shield break. Haven't seen much of Yai Mizuki calcs. Yeah, anyways, it's safe to say though, regardless of Yai being in her team, I'm pretty sure if Mizuki survives with the current balance, that statement I made is not true. Where if people are pulling Odette, there is a non-zero chance that Mizuki could become a lot of people's best DPS. As far as being an on-fielder that has the team with the highest DPS on their account specifically, not necessarily does more damage personally than Moika. After this rotation. Okay, good. Nice. Ah, frick. I said after this rotation I want to snapshot Rosaria, is what I meant to say. And I almost immediately forgot. Yeah, I think that does help with this rotation. Okay, yeah, I should have been doing that more. Okay, darn, I was hoping, whatever, it's fine. Jooch. I screwed up my energy.
That's my kind of opponent. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Quick as a flash. Start. You can't run.
Oh no, this rotation I should not snapshot though. It's only like 2 rotations I snapshot, I think. Okay. Okay. Can Mizuki have combos? Nope. I'm not saying she's gonna be that interesting to play. That's for sure. I mean, yeah, there is some minor nuance to. there is actually minor nuance to. Like activating her burst or whatever. I don't think. No, Mizuki does not really have gameplay optimization. I don't know. She, you know, as for how much I was like saying Sandrone is boring, Mizuki's probably like 5 times more boring than Sandrone in gameplay. But I think it's funny, so you know.
You can't run. Stronger. On my royal
Trim. I will. Bet you weren't ready for this.
controlled breathing.
Whoops. I forgot. Rosario first in the second rotation. She looks fun? Yeah. Like, I don't think it'll be visually pleasing for sure. Isn't her burst bad? There's not really a reason not to use her burst if you have Mizuki's burst up.
Judgment.
It will be extra swirl procs, which is extra reaction damage, and her damage doesn't stop. Her skill doesn't stop while you're in her burst animation. God damn it. So it's not even with her sig, it's just in general.
You can't run.
It should. Why? Why? Thank you.
Stronger. Start the Oz reveal.
Weak none stay.
Why are you moving so much? Freeze.
Yeah. Shiver. Step aside. On my Queen to darkness. Come, sever night from day. I step.
Trim. I will judge. Now we're here. No fairy tale ending for you.
God damn it, I forgot again.
Controlled breathing. Punishment. Yeah. Shadow wing.
Oh my god. What official burst instead of Eid. Arr! Stupid minor mistakes.
Form first. On my royal
Weak none stay.
You can't run. Lights
That was not great. I did a really, like, pretty good shield break there.
Come.
Oh, and then you walked out of range. Okay, it's fine.
Trim. I will judge.
Bro, the will to win generation is so bad.
Like lambs to the
Wah.
slaughter.
Okay, snapshot this time. Yay.
Oz
Weak none stay.
Ow.
Now we're here.
Controlled breathing. Judgment. Punishment.
As you wish, me. Trim. I will judge.
Yeah. Shiver. Faster. Stronger. Let. By royal decree.
All you want.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer. I think I'm doing better than I was yesterday. Yeah, we're aiming for sub 100. I've already beaten this plenty of times. I don't need to beat it. Damn it. Oh, yeah, sorry. So that was technically a failure. We are purposely challenging myself to do sub 100.
Start the Oz reveal.
Weak none stay.
Judgment. Punishment. Faster. Stronger. Let's... Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Fine. Maybe, I don't know. The Eon Sun buff up time, that was not gonna be great. Yeah, I think I lost it.
Quick as a flash. On lights out.
Maybe I forgo snapshotting official for that down space. I haven't considered that. Like, I still need to trigger the official buff, so I just do the long official burst first. Wait, no, I can still snapshot official. I just need to... okay, why did I not consider this? So the idea is we do the long burst, but before Eon's on. This might be a problem for getting Cryo Resonance up, though. Or not Cryo Resonance, Brain. For getting Scroll buff up. Okay. I'm gonna try it, though. So the idea is we're gonna do an extra swap here. God damn it. For lining up that down phase properly. Or we do that early burst, but before Eon's on. And then we switch back to visual again to get the snapshot from the recast, and that also triggers the artifact set. I'm moving a lot this time.
You can't run. Shiver. Quick as a flash. On my...
Oh, I forgot to... Habits. Habits! Lynette is the best Stellar Swirl DPS. True.
Judgment. Faster. Stronger. Let's... Odds reveal.
Tremble. I won't judge.
Well, that was terrible for the shield. You better not clear while I'm gone. Okie dokie. That's what I needed.
On my... By royal decree.
Let's fight.
Punishment. Quick as a
Fuck,
flash.
I did it again. Wait, I need the particles for her burst, don't I? Am I getting Fischl's burst without doing Eon's on it? I don't think I am I?
Start the... Odds reveal.
What? I didn't press a skill. Stellar Swirl will look like Ludicrous Tries. DPS technically works while just optimizing the reaction damage itself. I mean, it seems like the reaction damage can do decent damage. Now, is that going to carry you through a clear? I mean, considering how decent Cryo Traveler is on their own, not just with the reaction damage, yeah, you can probably build mostly for the reaction damage, but you have to build some crit for the reaction damage, right? So like, Cryo Traveler plus not even having Odette, just some smattering of doing Animo units and doing damage while triggering Swirl with your Animo units that has some EM and some crit on them will work pretty well, probably. It'll probably clear Abyss without a problem. But it's not all gonna be reaction damage.
By royal decree.
I won't.
Like, you don't build full EM for reaction damage like we have in the past, kind of thing. Why did it spent actually 2 seconds on low hand for no reason?
Stronger.
That's not no reason. God damn it! My brain!
Night from day.
I keep on forgetting to check. I should continue the attempt, but... Right, does Rosaria have? I think like a little bit... I think she has like 65? I don't know.
Yeah. Control breathing. Let's move. Odds reveal.
Let's fight.
Judgment. Punishment.
No. Oh my god, are we real? Really? I'm this close from being able to burst first without... Oh my god. Okay, fine. I guess I'll find 2% more energy on Fischl. Jesus. Can I do that? Probably. It's gonna be sacrificing. Yeah, I have that. It's actually so much crit lost. God. I can do it with a goblet. That'd be better. Electro goblet. Maybe I just go back to her, golden troop goblet. And that would be a little bit better. And it's not actually. It's not even that much better. It's basically the same, honestly. I'm pretty sure 2 attack percent rolls is about the same as 65 attack. Yeah, okay. Let's just use this then. I don't have to steal my Chlorine piece. 78, 184. That's a lot of ER on Fischl.
You can't run.
To the degree where it's harder to argue that the refines on... there's still a build as possible in Skyward Harp R1 if we pretend that the extra Skyward Harp crit damage from refines is artifact stats, but much more difficult if we need this much ER. But it's fine. We're talking about very, very minor time saves with this, to be clear, so I don't think it's that big a deal to have this extra ER on Fischl. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's annoying.
Quick as a flash. On my...
No rest for the wicked. Tremble. I won't judge. Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale ending for you.
Control breathing.
Oh, I could have done an extra charge attack on Lohan. My bad. I definitely do think that's better, by the way.
Oz reveal. All you want. On my judgment. Shiver. Shadow Raven.
Let's fight.
You can't run. Punishment. Faster. Stronger. Let's...
It's not gonna get there. It's not that far away though. Okay. I think that's the missing optimization I needed. I think that's what I needed. One more ER roll on Fischl. But more specifically, just that burst on Fischl, I think allows better eons on uptime that was being sacrificed. That's the biggest downside, I think, to doing the Fischl burst and then having to move around for her in a long time is I'm losing eons on uptime that could apply to Lohan's burst during the res down phase.
Yeah. Form first. Start the... By royal decree.
We run still. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Judgment. Lights out.
Ah. Okay, apparently I need more ER on Fischl. Maybe I am gonna lower all my crit rate on her. I don't want to lose that much crit rate though. That's so much crit rate loss. I don't have a crit rate circle to put on her. If I did, I'd maybe consider that. Doesn't explain how easy the 102 was to do the first time. I think I just did good gameplay wise. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my god. Why? Well, I mean, if you've been watching Mob, like the most minor of things. What the fuck? The most minor things can change, like the functional clear time in this, just barely, so... Like, I don't think there's anything fundamentally different, notably, between, like, the 104 second clear, and, like, the 103 second clear of Diamond 4, and the 105 second clear, and the 102 second clear. They're all, like, very similar, with very, very minor differences between. There we go. Jesus.
Let's Oz reveal.
Wow, no, that is too bad of a shield break. Minimum is one more super duck proc than that.
You can't run.
Yeah, I waited too long to either. What's wrong with this beta? I mean, nothing, just like there was...
Stronger.
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with the beta. It's not what I was trying to imply in the title at all, if that's what you're asking. God damn it. I'll never else try this one. No, I won't, because I need fucking... Why? Why are you not getting energy this time?
Judgment. Quick as a flash. Let's Oz reveal.
Okay, whatever. But yeah, what's wrong with this beta is that power creep is out of control, and there's nothing they can do to change it. And this version, they just rebalance things to make a little bit more sense, but also not completely makes more sense in some ways. I missed the initial super duck. Yep. Actually, no, that one was maybe a doable attempt. I shouldn't have given up there. Dumb.
You can't run. Shiver.
Why? What the fuck is the variance in the energy? Oh my god. Meow. What are you meowing at, kitten?
Judgment. Form first. Let's Oz reveal.
Let's fight. Now's our chance.
Okay, see, there, now I have an official energy. I don't know, okay.
Stronger. Start the eye summon.
Trim. I will just.
I'm reaching nowhere near max damage potential here.
You can't run. Controlled breathing. Yeah. On mark. By royal
Let's fight.
No, freeze. That's what I need to do, charge attacks.
Bet you weren't ready for this.
Yeah.
Burst actually worth using? Here? Yes. I'm confident of that. Generally speaking, I mean, it's gonna vary on team. I found teams where it felt like a DPS loss, but last I tested it, it was not level 10, to be clear. Generally speaking, a lot of circumstances, though, my vibe was that it could be DPS neutral, which is important to understand. And generally speaking, the ideal way you use it is you use it to replace a skill. But the fact that it's replacing a skill means you're not necessarily gaining that much, even in situations you are gaining much, and it's mostly best used just to either front load a certain amount of damage output during certain enemy damage windows. You should stop only optimizing your gameplay around the fucking damage dummy. You're not fighting a damage dummy in actual content, you're fighting a damage dummy to flex a screenshot on social media. Anyways, a damage dummy can help you like learn some fundamentals, and then your fundamentals need to put into practice. Anyways, so focusing on whether or not like a burst is a DPS loss is not on the damage dummy is not the perspective to have. It is doing enough damage that is worth to consider using for down phases for enemies or to stall out timings of rotations in different ways, is the short answer. No, you should not build extra energy on Lohan to do more bursts on him, generally speaking. His burst is balanced, and in my opinion, the ideal way for DPSs. I don't like when DPSs have it be damage. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have a DPS be damage optimal like Sandrone for her burst. I just don't like it. It's not my preference. I find it way more annoying to optimize damage output when I have to worry about a long ass burst animation that is always damage optimal. So, yeah. Anyways. Triggering C6 official get you more energy? Yes. I can't remember if C6 official is RNG for her particle generation, but that is part of why I'm trying to do more normal attacks in general to trigger more C6 official for more Electro application. I also gotta keep the thing frozen, right? I didn't do this for some reason, but
Quick as a flash.
yeah, we did not have much full of in there. Whoops, that was bad.
No fairy tale ending.
Faster, stronger. On judgment. Lights out. By royal
Rerun state. Bet you weren't ready for this. Wings to the slaughter.
God damn it, that was so close to getting damage on the non-shield base.
Let's go. Shiver. Shadow Raven.
No, don't die.
Quick as a flash. On one. Punishment. Odds reveal.
Really? I hung my inputs by accident. It's actually could have gotten there. I just fucking flubbed on gameplay. Bruh, oh my god, that could have been it. I mean, there's the 102. But I flubbed my gameplay a little bit. That could have actually been it. I think there was something that didn't go optimally in general, other than just like the thing. There are things that are easy to control and like feel like just skill issue, and then there's things that are feel a little bit less like skill issue. But most of this is all controllable factors technically. Like one thing I should definitely do is figure out an actual proper rotation sequence for the initial setup here. For like what combination of normal attacks and charge attacks and skills to use on Lohan to get the ideal amount of shield break. Instead of just kind of feeling through it, but I enjoy feeling through it more, so that's what I'm doing. Can I switch my character?
Quick as a flash. Let's by royal
Rerun state. Now's our chance.
You can't run. At midnight, fantastic.
I forgot to do this again. God damn it.
Control breathing. Start the
No rest for the trim. I won't give. you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
Quick as a flash. On my gas. Shiver. Wings of
Why'd I do that? No!
I summon.
Bro, I just wasted a really good attempt, I think. I think I just killed a really good jump. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. This is weird.
You can't run. Lights out. Odds reveal.
What? Can I press my E? It keeps on interrupting me. Oh my god, what a flubbed attempt. That was such a good first part. And this is very weird, by the way. I don't know.
Stronger. Let's
And why'd I do that before? Ah!
midnight phantasmagoria.
And I have to like, oh my god, what a flub. That was such a flub, by the way, and we got that close. Like, I need to, like, yeah, I killed that run by fucking bursting on Fischl that one rotation instead of skilling on her. God damn it. Brain, how dare you? Fine. I figured out that the minor adjustment to the route, and I am confident now that I can get this. Oh, maybe I needed to funnel. Okay, maybe I do need to do that extra swap to Rosaria. Just to funnel the cryo particles. It's not often funneling non-matching particles makes sense, but this is apparently one of them.
Judgment. Control breathing. On my odds reveal.
Now's our chance.
You can't run.
Oh, we already had our burst back that time, so... I think she does have particle RNG, doesn't she? It has to be. Less damage than we had before.
Stronger. On my judgment.
But also still not bad. Don't burst here, brain. I purposely face tanked that. It's gonna shield. Yep, damn it, whatever.
Control breathing. Start the shiver.
Midnight bend. We run stand. Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run. Punishment. Let's by royal
He's dead. Got it. 99 seconds. Okay, I know I can do less. I can do better. I think I want to do better. Fuck. I think I can do better. It just took that. It was just a minor routing problem. I knew I was freaking missing something the whole time. It was just a minor ass thing with optimizing eons on uptime. That's all it was. It was a minor eons on optimization. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna do a couple more attempts because I think I might be able to do better. And there we go. Got 99 on the dot. Because there were I saw like non-optimal low-end damage there a couple times, and I don't think our shield break initially was ideal either. It wasn't terrible, but like obviously we succeeded, right? But
You can't run.
okay. Oh my god, the visual energy. Okay, yeah, okay, that has to be. There's no way I'm having this much variation in Fischl's energy if she doesn't have RNG gen on her normal attacks, or on her C6 attacks. Good night, Mob. Thanks for joining.
Form first. Start
What? I did not press E.
You can't run. Control breathing. Let Oz reveal.
That run I killed with Fischl Burst by accident a second ago, I think if I had not done that, I think that one run might have been like a 97-second.
Judgment. Wings of darkness. Lights out. Faster. Stronger. On my I summon.
Weak run state. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Well, I ran out of Fischl. That's interesting.
Control breathing. Start them. You can't run. Punishment. By royal.
Tremble. I will take it.
Okay, I did a lot earlier shield here, but earlier shield means we get a more shield break initially, so it's not inherently problematic, I don't think.
As you wish, me.
Did that make sense to use? I have no idea.
Stronger. Shiver. Oz reveal.
Weak run state.
Oh, I didn't E. What the fuck am I doing? Wah. I think if I had saved that burst, that was dumb. I think I had saved that burst, that would have been another sub 100. Next goal, improve Columbina clear. We can do a little bit of Columbina optimization. I'm down because of the minorly different artifact. We have more crit on Columbina than we did before. I should be able to improve the clear.
Judgment.
It's just Columbina's damage contribution doesn't matter so much to be like
Royal
likely to be the difference maker most of the time.
Now's our kick.
You can't run.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Punishment. Control breathing. Let
No rest for the weak. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
faster. Stronger. Start them. Yeah. Lights out. Oz reveal.
Weak run state. Bet you weren't ready for this.
Control breathing. Look, you can't run. Shiver. Midnight Phantasma.
And maybe should have bursted there because we get extra like true damage on the thing. No, don't die.
Now's our kick.
Judgment. Punishment. Step aside. By royal decree.
I went out of Rosario range. It's not ideal. Oh, I almost got another 99. There you go. Wait, no, I did get 99 because if it was a 100 second, it would have asked me to. So there you go. I just replicated it. We just went from like 5 hours yesterday to now I can do 99 multiple times in a row. Or not in a row, I should say. That wasn't in a row, but you know, in a couple minute time frame. So, you know,
You can't run.
maybe I leave it at 99 just because it's kind of nice to have 99. But yeah, this was just a really interesting routing problem, and then obviously being decent with gameplay.
Stronger.
I wouldn't be surprised with like
Oz reveal.
really good optimization, because like the main optimizations from here, for what anyone cares, would be trying to get the most damage possible. Like get the idea, figure out exactly what the ideal breakpoints are in each rotation for like where I want the shield break timing, to line up Lohan's damage during the down phase as much as possible, but also getting like matching, like we want as many like super ducks, so we have to do like normal attacks to trigger C6 official, which means sacrificing a little bit of low hand damage. But then we still want to do as much low hand damage as possible during the shield phase, because that converts to true damage it takes when the shield breaks. So the optimization from here is like a really weird balance problem of balancing like reaction triggering and low hand personal damage during the shield phase. And I'm pretty sure with doing that and then other like refinements that I've already been doing, like sub 95 second might be doable. And that's like before we even get into potentially like, you know, Bote level improvements of just get good and do more charge attacks by timing everything perfectly. Should I give my account to Bote and see how much he could improve the time?
Wings of dark, lights out. Quick as a flash. On my mark.
Oh, I didn't snap up official. Whoops. Yeah, he's doing a lot less damage. Yeah, I forgot to go back to official. Whoops. I forgot to snapshot visual, and I also didn't trigger the artifact set because of that. I want to do one more run. One more run that gets around 100 seconds. Just to prove that it's a lot more consistent now.
You can't run.
As you wish.
Shiver. Control breathing. On my I suck.
We none stay. Now's our day. No fairy tale ending for you.
Nice.
Quick as a flash. Start judgment. Lights out. By royal decree.
Now. This is worth using.
Let's go. Shiver.
Midnight Fantastic. We none stay.
Ow, don't die.
Now's our day. Bet you weren't ready for this.
You can't run. Lights out. Control breathing. On my Oz reveal by
Trim. I will do it. Now's our day. No fairy tale ending for you.
There you go. I told you. It was a 99 again. That was close to being better than 99. There you go. I just did it like 3 times. It was just a routing problem. I mean, not just a routing problem. I was like just more distracted yesterday and definitely was playing worse yesterday too. But there you go. There you go. And now I can finally actually make the Super Duck Lohan video. Crazy. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this in my record book. I could include the I could improve the chloride and clear, but you know, like sub 100 chloride is probably doable if I gave Moika her signature weapon and leveled up her burst and actual DPS artifacts within the buffing set, because Moika does do enough damage. And there's also like 1 second of downtime where like you could do a charge attack on her too, I think. So like technically this clear time could probably be significantly better than 113 seconds, but fuck that. I'm willing to burst some Moika for buffing Clorind. I am not willing to level Moika's burst and put her on a DPS build. Moika is a tenacity bot for me, and she's going to be happy with that. I'm just fine with the Chlorine Clear being there. And I don't know, maybe we'll do a little bit just for funsies. Maybe we can do some optimization for this. I wonder with the Escoffier. So I've spent so much time routing with Rosario specifically. So with Escoffier, with like a very little optimization, I got a sub 90 second clear. Now this boss is about double the HP at Dire. So do you clear Dire with it? With Escoffier? Probably not, because like with the amount of optimization routing I did for Rosaria, maybe like a sub 80-second is possible with Escoffier. But you try Melt Dia with Nicole, Shalon, and Seat Lolly, it should be pretty good. I don't know if I've tried. Have I tried it? I don't think I have. We can go try it. Let's go. Sure, let's go do an Abyss clear, I guess. Dia, build. Meow. Hi, kitten. Hi, Kibi. Meow. Willing to try the team I used to clear Fearless, but you do Dire. It's Skirk, Nicole, Fischl, Effie. I mean, it'll probably clear for me because I have C6 Nicole. Would it be that interesting to you just because of that? Do you have C6 Nicole? Is that why you're asking? I don't know. It might clear. I don't know. I guess I haven't really played that team at all. But I'm down to do a very unrelatable Dia melt. I haven't tried Shalon and Dia, whatever. See Lolly, probably E Dia. And you Shalonen. No, maybe a Shalonen F. So Nicole into Dia because I need the funnel, and then I can E Dia, and then Shalonen or Seat Lolly first. I think if I put Shalonen on instructors, then Seat Lolly is first. So, and there should, in theory, be underlying Pyro still, probably, maybe. We'll try it. I don't know. I'm down. Doot. And where's my Def timepiece? Do I not have a Def timepiece? Def Goblet. What? I'm confused. I've used her Sig before. What? Did I throw away a Def Goblet by accident? Did I throw away an instructor artifact that was relevant to me? Someone has replaced the Saluna you know with a stranger. Saluna doesn't do that. I don't accidentally throw away relevant pieces for me. I would never. Does it matter is the question. HP, cryo, attack, whatever. Does it matter is the question. Let's see. 3,070 defense? Oh, that's probably actually what happened. I don't think it matters. Because you only need to be at 2,900 defense to max out this. So, never mind. It doesn't matter. Okay. She does 1.2 million melt. Nice. What fucking build? Because... War Cautious doesn't work with a shield. I could just do my 2-piece probably, for simplicity. Probably keep that, because ER is going to be wanted a little bit. Probably keep that. I could do something else there. Actually, maybe I keep this. I don't know, this is pretty good. I don't know. I probably do an EM timepiece, right? It's probably better. Also, in theory, Mawika's weapon should be better, but ugh. Frick that. I also have an onset EM timepiece. That's funny. Maybe I do a 2-piece EM, actually? I don't know. Frick. I was going to do 2-piece HP. Wait, don't I have a good EM timepiece? I do. That's interesting. Sure, let's use that, I guess. And then maybe we can get away with this. And then an off-piece feather, maybe? Yeah, because this is a 4-liner. This is a 3-liner. That's got a lot of crit. It's got a good balance of stats. So maybe do an off-piece feather. We're starting at 80, 175. Okay. With how much ER? 135. That seems fine. Surely 135 is fine. Surely. You have ER, right? Yelp. You're in the right build. Okay. You're instructors. Okay, Nicole's on Nicole build already. Yes. Okay. So two-piece with a feather. That is the best feather to bless the lands. I mean, that one's pretty good. Sure, we'll use that one. Is that more crit rate than needed? Probably. Actually, it's a little imbalanced for my preference. I want more crit damage. Not that much more crit damage, though. Let's see. What do I like? None of these. I don't like any of them. Maybe the albedo piece. Maybe that one. I had 7 crit rate before, though. I kind of want like a 10 crit rate piece. 10, 20, 10.5 attack. Maybe that one. Maybe my Clorind piece. 10, 20 ER. 7, 19, 14. Maybe that one, actually. Or 10, 20 HP ER. I'll try this one, actually. Alright. There you go. 93, 172, 140 ER timepiece. Okay. 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. Alright. Planning to pull C2 is just interesting. Just interested me to see how well it did for you. So you cleared Dire with like a C0 Nicole official FE skirt. That's impressive. Oops. I've been streaming for freaking 6 hours, Jesus. I actually do think I want to end the stream at some point. So I don't think I'm going to try that today, Glacial, sorry. Too much low-handing in the last 2 days. And maybe if I can leave some energy for myself to both go outside, because I haven't gone outside in a couple days. And maybe I can get a video done for tomorrow. That would be nice. So I can make the Lohan video now. It's not that, and it's not like the fucking DPS Nicole video or any other shit fucking videos that I have 8 hours of footage for. I have like 30 minutes of yap that should not be that hard to condense down. And then a bunch of footage I just need to pull clips from to like show some of the optimization I did for the, or maybe I'll just show the finalized clear. I don't know. Anyways, Nicole Dia, we're gonna do this slide. Nicole Dia, yeah, and we get 75% pyro bonus. Oh boy, I expect some big numbers. Nicole Dia, Seat Lolly, oops, and Shilonen. Maybe I just sacrifice some EM up or instructors off time. I feel like Shilonen might have to go first. That might be better. I don't know. We'll play around with it. First side. Super gonna blow in. Why not? Super gonna low hand one side. C6 Nicole. Ooh, crit. Thank you. C6 Nicole. C2 Seat Lolly. C2 Shalon and C6 Dia. HP or EM goblet better with all his damage percent? I don't know.
Shiver. Quick as a flash. Start.
We've none stick. Bet you weren't ready for this. Like lambs to the slaughter.
You can't run. Controlled breathing.
Alright, what am I doing? Just use the land.
On my mark. Quick as a flash. Yeah. Lights out.
Min
No,
Fräulein.
don't.
Should you fall? We've none stick. Bet you weren't ready for this. No fairy tale
Okay.
will impress you.
Controlled breathing. Start the shiver. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Ha.
Tremble. I will judge.
There we go.
I think. Get to work. Keep lolling. It's
doing pyro damage. Am I gonna be able to do another rotation?
Buckle up. You two, time to end them. You asked for it.
I think I need to stall my hits a little bit. Whenever I've done Melt Dia before, I always have to do double cryo. Speaking of, oh fuck, I forgot I had C6 Kaya now. I need to mess with that. Jesus. I just got C6 Kaya last month and I forgot to mess with it at all.
Stronger. On my mark. Odds revealed. Punishment.
All you want.
You
Oh,
can't
you
run.
stole my energy. What a butt.
Lights out. Control. By royal decree.
No, frick you. Oh my god, I'm making it so much harder for myself to deal with this dude. Oh good lord.
Quick as a flash. Let's shiver.
Midnight Ventat.
Oh, yep. Fearless, I am so skill issue. I think I could clear Diver, locked him, but I'm not bothered. I see. Yeah, I'm not very good at optimizing Skirk. Lohan is a character that has a much more healthy balance for me. We'll choose healing. Because it seems the healing effectiveness might be nice with the Yonson.
Step aside. On punishment.
Trim. I won't do. Like lambs to the slaughter.
I have no energy.
Control breathing.
Did you hit me with something that I didn't notice? You asshole!
So you
I fucking hate this enemy. Bro, dodging the Lecter's attacks. I lost my ability to dodge after finishing the 100-second clear.
stronger. Lights out. Odds revealed.
No fairy tale ending for you.
I hate that attack so fucking much. Oh, let's spin some balls around that are impossible to see the location of.
Quick as a flash.
I'm sure Tars would be like, oh, they actually spawn at exactly like this. They spawn at exactly this position from the Lecter, so you just gotta pay attention to how the Lecter orients itself. I'm making fun of Tars a little bit there, to be clear, but he's not wrong. Is my point. Like, there is an optimization there. I just don't know what the position is to what visual indicator to look for. I should have recast Fischl, my bad. I missed the iframe. That package with a header dodge. Ow.
You can't run. Lights out. Let's move.
Okay, iframe that, do that. Quick damage, but whatever. I didn't die. Now we stop doing the tail swipe attack, bro. There we go. Okay. There we go. Balls. Has balls really not been added? Nope, it hasn't. Alright, there you go. That's the 100th 7 TV emote I've added, by the way. Number 100. Alright. Dude.
Let's get it on. Hi.
Oh my god, the energy.
Bring it.
Alright.
Show no mercy.
Guess we're going, oh, really? I love how you... What a fucking dick.
I live within
It got Hydro, okay. Abyss may have not been the right testing platform for this.
Quick as a flash. On odds reveal.
Ow.
Punishment. Hit, you can't run.
Oh, we got Electro first. That's actually ideal. Ow. I thought that was not going to hit me.
Struggle all you want.
Controlled breathing. Let's shiver.
If I optimize this, I could probably...
No rest will be done.
I was going to say, if I optimize this, I bet I could probably kill it without having to deal with the crystal phase, but like, why bother?
Faster, stronger. Stop by royal punishment.
Goodbye. Honestly, this Supernet team, like, the balance of, like, things to optimize in it, it's just a really nice feeling team. I do think it's, like, it's much less annoying to play. Like, one, having a heal is nice on demand, but it's also just much less annoying to play in general. Ow. I'm gonna do this first.
Secret. Begun. Book alive. Bring it.
Ooch. It's just much less annoying to play in general with the Scopier. Not having to worry about any uptime for the cryo there or whatever. Dooch.
I live within you.
I live within you.
Get to work. You two. Time to end this. Gloves off.
God damn it. I don't... Dia, like, look, I slowed down a little bit after the first couple attacks to try to stall the next Pyro application for Seal Always Cryo, and it's fucking... Whatever. 700k. I don't know. I guess I'm not enough of a fucking whale. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't get 1.2 million damage. To be clear, the DHCs, whenever you see those like insane high numbers from characters, it tends to be C6 R5 style investment that tends to like push you over the threshold of getting to those 1 millions kind of thing. Speaking from the experience of having tested C6 Nicole in a couple different circumstances, I did not expect to get 1.2 million there. So yeah. Anyways, do you get good melts without C2 Seat Lolly? Without C6 Seat Lolly? Yeah, that might be a factor for like DHC being able to get consistent melts. You're no whale, you're a yapping space cat. I mean fox, yeah. I think I have a preset. Right? Oh, I don't. Fucking goddamn, I need more team presets. Okay, how about... Oh no, I do have... Yeah, here we go. But yeah, like this team I can get a lot more melts on with an extra cryo unit, and I'd be more inclined towards playing this team. With or without Nicole. Obviously Nicole will be better. But yeah, I really do. I want to test Kaya because so I'm actually gonna put Kaya here. I don't need him leveled up to test this, but C6 Kaya gives him an extra icicle, so he actually applies. It varies. The timing between cryo applications varies. I think between like 2.3 seconds and 1.7 seconds. I think it alternates. But that alternation should mean I can actually sustain melts a little bit better than without him, which makes him an interesting option for me. I do think like just Escoffier probably is still better, but you know, because like the constant damage going on and having a healer. Well, I have two shielders, I guess, in this case. And you don't know. Dia also, even without any shielders, Dia survives herself. It's fucking Dia. She heals herself. Anyways, that's irrelevant. I don't know why I mentioned that. So I don't know. Anyways, I gotta mention it. Or I gotta mention it. I gotta test it. So hopefully I'll remember to do that soon. It's in the top of my list, so I might remember. Actually, even you know what? I'll even deploy it. I'll deploy it so I remember. And over Bennett, Nicole has a very significant advantage in making it so Dia can actually have energy. because being able to funnel particles to Dia is, I think, a pretty big deal. So, yeah. I really wish we had a off-field. I really wish Kaya was an off-field cryo. Off-field cryo. He's an off-field cryo. It was an off-field cryo Hexarai unit, though, because that would allow more damage bonus for Dia, and whatever. But oh well. Yehoda on the orb. You can do Hydroless Anefa. That's interesting. I guess I hadn't considered that. No, I haven't yet. Sorry. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at your Sandrone. Boop. Yeah, I don't know how much extra cryo. Like I know it's it's technically a C4 sea lolly that applies extra cryo, and then you don't need to burst either, but you probably still burst, I imagine. With the in theory, well, I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. C6 sea lolly is sneakily strong, not because of the stats it gives though, but because of other things. So, anyways, we look at Sandrone. C2 of a Sandrone. 66.6. Nice crit rate. Optimized around cryo resonance, aka maybe optimal, maybe not, depending what you have going on. This is definitely, I'd say, not the most incredible Sandrone. I think getting a double crit goblin would probably be nice. I mean, this has here ER, so it's actually better than it looks, unironically. Sandrone's ER needs makes her definitely more annoying to try to min-max her build, I would say. But you probably strike a healthy balance here, assuming you have cryo resonance up. All things considered, right? I did say she's bad. Yeah, I mean, she's not even that bad if we, like, this is a very healthy chunk of attack substats. You got some bonus EM substats, which isn't ideal, but, like, you don't have many rolls that are going to waste here, is my point. Including the ER roll. So, like, it is actually, I think, much better than it looks. Assuming you have cryo resonance. If you don't have cryo resonance, it's kind of cooked, but, well, not cooked, but, you know, 80 crit rate is relatively low for a min-max new DPS build kind of thing, right? But overall, pretty good Sandrone. It's not that bad. I would, like, if I had gotten Sandrone, that would be an investment into Sandrone. I'd be like, yeah, I don't like playing her enough. Like, that's like my Kinich build. Or my Chaska build or whatever. It's like, yeah, if I want to play them, I can have them functional kind of thing. So, I play with the goose, so you have it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You know, I really should have done some of this event today, but honestly, it's hot in my apartment, and I've been streaming for 6 hours, so no. Ask again in 3 weeks. At which point, I'm like, oh god, my entire day is now this. Still 240k DPS? Nice. With some cons, well, that's C2 Sandrone. What's your Yai at? What's your Yai con? Oh, why am I yawning? Blech. C2 Yai? Okay. So C2 Yai, I assume R1 Escoffier. I don't think Escoffier is well, C2 might do something, but I assume R1 Escoffier does something, and C2 Nicole. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. C3, I see. You wanted that extra Henard attack. Was that on purpose or an accidental C3? Or Brain Rot continue Gamba C3, like I did for Yai or something. On purpose. Okay. Need that extra 100 attack. Just to flex over the plebeians that have C2. It's just funny to me, I'm sorry. Mizuki actually has a really fast charge attack con. It's easy enough to charge attack and to skill easily. Yeah, that's what someone said, so like oops, that's a claymore. So this weapon should be really compelling, especially with refines on her. I think this would be the default recommendation if you happen to have gotten it in a past weapon banner. And also, I think they've reran this both times with Nefer's weapon, by the way. And Nefer's weapon is like another compelling stat stick for Mizuki. So like, you could kind of do some pulls on this weapon banner kind of thing. If you get it, that's cool. But then if you get like one copy of Dawning Frost, that might be enough to just be happy with that kind of thing. So their tendency to run Dawning Frost on Nefer's weapon, and even Nefer herself, if you get R5 of like Dawning Frost before getting her weapon by chance, then you could also, would make it less relevant for you to feel like you need this too. So, you know, this is a pretty cool weapon. I'm glad it exists. It's Widzith for units who care more about EM, which is a lot more common now, and EM and crit. and no Widzid bullshittery at R5. Without R5, it's, you know, whatever. But at R5, this functionally gives the same EM as Widzith. So in the situations where like the EM buff, like for Mizuki, would be the ideal buff, you know, it's great. I have R25 of Dawning Frost. Wow. Welcome to a privileged life. Meanwhile, me and my 700 favs. What if you could trade 8 favs for 1 Dawning Frost? I would do it. Anyways. Starcaller's watching music. I haven't calculated. I'm not sure exactly how that'll compare to a crit stat stick. I think for ease of building, since you're gonna want crit and a bunch of EM, like I'd rather have an EM circlet personally and then a crit stat stick versus like a crit rate circlet with an EM stat stick weapon. But that's kind of what the equivalence is. Like she scales strongly enough in EM that you probably want to do triple EM or have an EM weapon, right? Which is why like a crit rate weapon might be more compelling than a crit damage weapon too. But you also want crit, so like building Mizuki is even harder than building someone like Nefer, I would say, for balancing all of her stats. A lot harder than Nefer, because you don't have like any free sources of crit, right? So, well, sorry, you had the artifact set. I assuming the new artifact set is ideal. So yeah, I don't know, basically, but Dawning Frost is a strong consideration for sure. If you don't have Dawning Frost, I think Seat Lolly's weapon would be perfectly fine to consider. Sack frags, whatever. She seems like she's going to perform pretty well with whatever weapon, assuming they don't nerf her massively. So yeah. Can't tell if you're going to want to jump cancel or charge attack or not. I would love to test for you and give a vibe myself, but the game has not given me Mizuki. Unless... no. Oh, I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. But no. We save for Odette, including Mitsu's payment for account fixing. We also save for Odette. I would give it to you if I could. I don't use them. Yeah, that's fair. I would have uses for it. Although to be honest, I like Dawning Frost as an R1 weapon too, because it's like a more balanced weapon at R1. So if I got another copy, if I got more copies of it, I don't think I'd refine it until I got like 5 more. So I don't know. And I'm not in with the money I spend. Again, I didn't spend that much. Like I'm fine, but I spent enough money on Genshin in particular recently that I'm not super inclined. And there's no character I glommed onto so strongly that they showed off in Snezhnaya yet either that I'm like, oh, I need that signature weapon kind of thing yet, right? So I feel like it's less likely. We'll see if this changes. I feel like it's less likely that they release characters this year that make me more tempted by Weapon Banner compared to Nogcry year. So, we'll see. Especially with me skipping main DPS. Skipping main DPSs means there's far less likelihood that a Weapon Banner scenario shows up that has a weapon I like, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Tempted for Risley, but the idea of getting Chi-Chi sounds like a terrible thing. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow the Chronicle Banner will let you down. That's my experience. In most of my Chronicle wishes. The initial Chronicle wishes that I made the video on made Chronicle Banner seem better than it was, and then everything after that point has let me down. I feel like it was an inside job by Hoyoverse. Oh, is the Enfield update tomorrow? Oh, probably not till tomorrow night. I probably won't stream that. But I think it might be tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or Wednesday. So... Dawning Frost R2 usable on Yai compared to Widzith? Yes. But triggering the charge attack on Yai is a lot more awkward than someone like Mizuki. She's got relatively slow charge attacks. But if you're doing like a main DPS Yai team, like I've been talking about where you're doing Yai, Odette, Sucrose, Alyosha, or someone else other than Sucrose too, Nicole, whatever, right? I do think you're fine. Then it's a more compelling option there because you can afford the field time. With like a Sandrone team, I wouldn't use it over Widzith for sure. And the other big problem is like Widzith, every buff for Yai on Widzith is good. Every one of them. The damage bonus is the worst one with Stellar because the damage bonus doesn't benefit her Stellar hits, but it still does something. It still buffs her normal non-Stellar damage, right? So I bet 10 bulls on Chronicle and I already regret it, yeah. So, I lost 1 out of 4 50/50s and got really good 4 stars in Catalyst only. Nice. Within 2 days? Okie dokie. Anyways, we should go raid someone. Is the Jeff live still? We might go raid the Jeff. Anyway, bye YouTube, I suppose. I'll probably stream tomorrow. Might be... I've detoxed, obviously, from my... even in case it's not obvious, by my playing in Stygian the last 2 days. I have detoxed from my initial negativity about Stygian last week, so I'm very open to doing Vera Stygian now. Maybe on Mob's account, where we can maybe replicate it, but a different low-hand investment. But yeah, Yowie Meow. Are we really doing that? Okay, if we're raiding Zajef, I actually want to rage bait him into improving his Veresa clear. Wait, did he see my post? I actually didn't check. He didn't comment on my post or anything, did he? Does anyone know? Let me check. Sorry. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. Bye, YouTube. You can join my... I don't think he's live. Damn it. Fuck. Of course he ended stream already. He tends to not stream very long on Mondays, I think. But I don't remember.